Before we start, I would just like to make my second happiest announcement of the week, and that is to welcome to the Commission Cheryl Cohn Efron, who is specialized in neighborhood revitalization, really by reinvesting and transforming warehouses, multi-tenant, light manufacturing, over 3.5 million square feet. 3.5 million square feet of industrial space in Long Island City and West Chelsea into multi-tenant light manufacturing and creative centers. She founded the Conjunction Fund to focus on pro bono projects and tri-sector solutions to urban issues. She has served on numerous not-for-profit boards, including the Citizens Budget Commission, the Brookings Institute, as well as having chaired the board of the New York Industrial Retention Network. I will say that my grounding in industrial and manufacturing policy really started with Cheryl almost 25 years ago. So I've known her a very, very long time, and she is extraordinarily well respected in civic life in the city of New York, and especially with respect to industrial and manufacturing policy. Like Bomi Zhang, who joined us on Monday, Cheryl has spent years developing her practices related to urban planning and growth. They both will be indispensable partners as we strive to ensure that future development shapes a strong and vibrant city that benefits all New Yorkers. You may have heard me say that city planning is like, with all due respect to Mr. Cirillo, the Grand Central Terminal of city government. Given the diverse projects and issues that we deliberate on, have the privilege of reviewing, and I'm really confident that the diverse experience of our new members will inform the Planning Commission's work as it weighs appropriate locations for housing and industrial space and assesses issues regarding sustainability, affordability, and climate resilience. These are the challenging issues of our time, and I think all of us are extremely fortunate to be part of it, and we are all extremely fortunate to have Cheryl join us and Bomi on Monday, and we look forward to your service. So welcome. And now, officially, welcome to City Planning's public hearing. And Madam Secretary, please begin.
Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held in Spector Hall, 22 Reade Street. Today is Wednesday, August 6, 2014. As a courtesy during the proceedings, we ask that you please turn off all cell phones and beepers. All speakers should fill out a speaker's card at the desk outside of Spector Hall. In addition, we ask that those providing testimony please identify yourself, limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and speak clearly into the microphone. I will now call the roll. Chairman Weisbrod.
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Battaglia.
Here.
Commissioner Besser.
Here.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Here.
Commissioner Delaus.
Here.
Commissioner Dweck.
Here.
Commissioner Edie.
Here.
Commissioner Efron.
Here.
Commissioner Jung.
Here.
Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin.
Here.
A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of Wednesday, June 25th, 2014.
On the minutes, I make a motion to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There's never anybody opposed. To the minutes. To the minutes. Thank you.
Scheduling. On calendar number 1, we have a resolution for adoption, scheduling Wednesday, August 20th, 2014 for a public hearing to be held in Spector Hall, 22 Reade Street.
On the resolutions, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 2. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 2, CD4, C140386HAM, in the matter of an application for the UDAP designation, project approval, and disposition of city-owned property concerning the Irish Arts Center. For a favorable report on calendar number 2, Chairman Weisbrod.
Most happily vote aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
I look forward to the emergence of the Irish Arts Center. I too vote aye.
Commissioner Battaglia.
It was really very heartwarming to see the wide array of support for this Irish Arts Center, local and international. Certainly one day of each year we're all Irish, and I am very happy to vote yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
I certainly share the sentiments of my colleagues and vote yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
I also share the sentiments of my colleague and find it an extraordinary hearing, especially to hear from the pastor.
Commissioner Dweck.
Happily vote yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron. Commissioner Jung. Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 2. Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 3, CD8, N140384ZAX, in the matter of an application for the grant of an authorization concerning 4601 Fieldstone Road for adoption on calendar number 3. Chairman Weisbrod.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Battaglia.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Abstain.
Commissioner Jung.
Abstain.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
A favorable, calendar number 3 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 4, CD3, N140085 RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning 77, 81, 85, and 89 Sorrel Avenue for adoption on calendar number 4. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Battaglia.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo. Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Abstain.
Commissioner Jung.
Abstain.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Calendar number 4 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 5, CD3, N140416 RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning 343 Crown Avenue for adoption on calendar number 5. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Battaglia.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Abstain.
Commissioner Jung.
Abstain.
Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Calendar number 5, calendar number 5 has been adopted. Supplemental calendar, Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 1, CD3, N140428 RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning 547 Alverson Avenue for adoption on calendar number 1. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Battaglia.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Abstain.
Commissioner Jung.
Abstain.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Calendar number 1 has been adopted. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 5. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar number 6, CD9, C010610 MMK. A public hearing in the matter of an application for an amendment to the city map concerning Empire Boulevard grade changes.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this matter? Who's not signed in? Hearing no speakers, the hearing is closed.
Okay. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar number 7, CD16, C140360 PSK. A public hearing in the matter of an application for the site selection of property concerning Bronxville Community Justice Center.
The first speaker is James Broderick. Okay. He is here. I believe he's here. There's a. Mr. Braddock? He's got, okay.
So thank you very much. Good morning. I'm here to speak about the Brownsville Community Justice Center. The Brownsville Community Justice Center is a project of the Center for Court Innovation, and it's actually modeled after the Red Hook Community Justice Center that has been, through research, has shown not only to reduce crime in the community of Red Hook, but also reduce recidivism and save the city lots of money. About 4 years ago, we were invited out to Brownsville to identify whether the Community Justice Center would be a good idea. We were invited by the mayor's office, the DA's office, and we spent about a year doing a lot of community-wide surveying, talking to them about what are the options that they would like to see in regards to a criminal justice reform. And as a result, we have overwhelming favorable from the community to say that a community justice center is something that they would be in favor of. In the 4 years that we've been out there, we have run many programs for young people who have been involved in the criminal justice system to try to get
Excuse
them.
me, Mr. Braddock, could you just say who we are here?
Okay, so the Center for Court Innovation and the Brownsville Community Justice Center working with the mayor's office.
And you're with the Center for Court Innovation?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in the 4 years, we've done a lot of programming to try to offer diversion programs, interventions, like I said, to get young people out of the system. The building we identified, 444 Thomas Boylan, was one of the locations that we explored during our time. And there was a lot of reasons that it has some significance. Some of it is its original use as an HRA center, a multi-purpose center that was supposed to host a lot of non-for-profit agencies. Over the course of the last 20 years, much of the space has become underutilized. And also it's an ideal location because it's a neutral location in regards to the issues about developments that are having issues with each other. When the Justice Center opens, we plan on hearing cases that come out of the 7-3 precinct, low-level cases where we're going to offer interventions such as job training programs, social services, and really the goal of the whole project is how do we work in getting people out of the system as quickly as possible and connect them to long-term programs and services. So that's what the goal is for 444. Again, the location was picked because a neutral site, it's ideal in regards to space, and we're going to be very happy when the building reopens to welcome back many of the non-for-profits who are co-located there now to return.
Thank you, Mr. Braddock. Questions? Ms. Battaglia.
Good morning. I did some research on the statistics in Brownsville, the crime statistics, and it's unfortunately #1 in the city for murder, very high rate for felony assaults. And I'm curious to know, and by the way, I think this is a perfect location and a perfect use. I'm familiar with the Red Hook Center. I think it works. I think it's proven. Do you have an idea of the rate of misdemeanors and low-level offenses coming from the Brownsville area that
Yeah.
would make it even more significant that the center is placed there?
Yeah, so the numbers in the one precinct in Brownsville is equivalent to the 3 precincts that Red Hook served. So we realize that we're going to be doing somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 misdemeanor arrests a year, as well as the summons cases. So in regards to the court's capacity, we feel like that fills up a full calendar 5 days a week. And our goal is when we reduce crime in Brownsville, if at some other time we need to explore adding an additional precinct, that's something that we can consider. But right now, with the volume that exists, there is enough cases for a 5-day-a-week court.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Delausse.
Hi, James. How are you? It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I think this is certainly a very exciting opportunity to expand a proven model to a community that needs that proven model. I'm just wondering, especially with your familiarity with the Red Hook program, the communities are different. They have some similarities, but there are also some differences. And I'm just wondering, through the work that you've been doing over the last few years, how, based on those differences and those similarities, what do you view as being replicated from the other models that have existed, both in Midtown, obviously, and Red Hook, and what might be different because of the specific needs of this community? And then if you could just follow up and give a little more detail about the assistance to the existing CBOs that are in that location, because that's definitely something that came up in the community board recommendation, that some of the nonprofit organizations expressed concern about the relocation, the cost of relocation, and then being able to cover rent once the center is completed. Thanks.
Absolutely, thank you. So the Reade Community Justice Center, when it opened, I think it was really clear that it was dominated by a drug trade. It was really about supply and demand. And so the idea was if you can take down the drug dealers and help people who are addicted to drugs get treatment, using the court as the mechanism to do so, we were able to move the needle. I think the challenge to Brownsville is that you have a lot of issues with youth violence. And a lot of what we're hearing from doing our work out there for 4 years, it's really based on lack of opportunity, a sense of hopelessness and despair. And I think what we're doing is two things. One is a court is going to capture, a justice center is going to capture people who normally don't walk in asking for help. And sometimes what happens when they're referred for help, the light bulb goes off. But we're also not only expecting people to get arrested to benefit from our services, but we actually hope that more people will walk in through the front door. Currently, we serve over 300 young people a year without having an open court case just to get services in our building, and that will continue. As for the non-for-profits, the goal is on an entire third floor is to welcome back all of the nonprofits who've been serving Brownsville already to offer those wraparound services. And Alon could speak a little bit more, Alon Parra from the Mayor's office, but we are willing to assist with helping people find space. We've already done that. And obviously, the organizations that would like to come back, we'd welcome them back, because it really is about co-locating the best programs to serve the people of Brownsville.
Mr. Knuckles.
Good morning. I just wanted to ask you a bit more about indicators. Our information indicates that the prior similar centers in Red Hook, Manhattan, and the Bronx have impacted local crime, bringing about some reduction. What are the other indicators that you use to measure impact? GED, job referrals. Could you talk a bit about impact in those areas?
Sure. So I think there's the impact from a court perspective, which is things like compliance and ensuring that people who have a court case complete their mandate so they don't have these open warrants which wind up clogging up the system. There's recidivism and crime stats, which I think is really the reason why we were invited to Brownsville in the first place. But I think there's these unintended consequences of a justice center. What I've seen in Red Hook is better policing, for example. All of the arrests that are happening out of a particular precinct winds up in front of the same judge over and over again, and it really helps people hold folks accountable. So it builds a sense of trust in the system. Some examples of that are, in Red Hook, we have a lot more witnesses willing to step forward, not only to talk about areas where there's issues of crime going on, but when there's actual criminal court trials, they come and speak. Also, we track the number of people who walk in voluntarily to our building to seek programs and services. We are hoping to continue having Central Brooklyn Economic do GED classes, job training programs, and we as a non-for-profit are able to write a lot of grants to tackle bigger issues. Right now we have an anti-violence project going on in Brownsville, and we're working on a Belmont revitalization project, which is a commercial corridor. So these are things that are not typical to a court, but I think what we've seen over time is that there's an engagement of community in a lot of different ways of problem solving.
Do you have any statistics regarding GED completion, job referral, people who are able to obtain jobs? Do you have
Yep.
any percentages on that?
Sure. So I'll give you Red Hook, and I'll talk to you about what we're doing in Brownsville real quick. In Red Hook, we average about 21 people a year getting their GED in the actual Justice Center. Some have been referred by the court. Many are just walking in from the community, so they see it as a community hub. Since I've been in Brownsville, we have a Young Men's Initiative grant through the Mayor's office, where we have over 50% of our young people post-graduation, which 50% is 30 of 60, have gone on to further education or job training programs, in some cases employment. And we also have a youth court where we train local teenagers who are in high school but are working towards high school. And again, 75% of those young people who graduated have gone on to college so far. This is early on during the planning stages.
Thank you.
Mr. Eady.
Thank you once again. I commend you and commend the program. There's also been some discussion about possibly producing or having housing built on the site as well. I was wondering whether or not in your programming and design for your building, whether you've taken that into consideration of whether you had conversations with HPD at all.
I hope you don't mind, but I would like to turn that question over to Alon Parra when he presents.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Broderick.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be the aforementioned Alon Parra, and He will be followed by Philip David. He might be outside. Mr. Farrow.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Elon Parra. I'm here on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice to discuss a little bit more operationally the planning that's gone into the Brownsville Community Justice Center and the efforts that have happened over the last 2 years to really develop this project. Some of the highlights with respect to why this particular location we think is the ideal location, irrespective of the fact that you know, you have raised about the frequency of crime and the issues in the particular area that can benefit from this, are the current state of the building and the services that the building offers. The building's currently operated by HRA. It's in a state of disrepair. It's not rented to capacity, which is something that we're looking to change. We're looking to try and make this something that the CBOs want to go to and want to participate in. The goal here is that the building will come out of the HRA portfolio, will be moved into the DCAS portfolio, and that DCAS will provide the necessary staffing to support the maintenance of the infrastructure in the building so that this investment's going to last. Another unique piece about this is that unlike Midtown and unlike Red Hook, the building, and we went through tremendous efforts with the Office of Court Administration, they've been very cooperative, and with the architects on this project, we've created this building in a manner that it's not going to close after court hours. The goal is to keep portions of the public areas of the building open beyond court hours in order so that the members of the community can be able to access these services, not just when court is in session, but for services that can be provided after hours. We've done a tremendous amount of outreach with the DA's office, with the defender organizations, with the Office of Court Administration, with the CBOs that are in the building. We've worked with them and provided them with information about what our schedule is. The goal is that we're going to work in a vacant building. We conducted a meeting with all the CBOs that are currently in the HRA building, and this was back in June, and we provided them with information about locations to identify lease space off-site in order so that we can have this project executed very quickly. In terms of operational overview, and just kind of walking you through what the flow is going to look like, and I apologize for these smaller boards over here. I didn't know that the forum was going to require much larger boards. If you can't hear me, just let me know. The goal is that the lower portion, for all intents and purposes, I'll call it the south side and the north side of the drawing. The north side of the drawing on both the first and second floor are secured areas. Secured areas that are going to be occupied by the police department, by the Office of Court Administration, and all the ancillary functions in order to get the court, to make sure that the court is going to operate on a day-to-day. The lower portion of these drawings are going to be for renovated space for the programmatic areas, for the community board, for the Department of Probation, and the defender organizations. What you don't see in these drawings and what is not in the scope of work is the third floor, which is currently in a good state and will be accessible and available for additional nonprofits to return.
Well done, Mr. Parra. Questions? Mr. Dweck.
Thank you for speaking, and thank you for your willingness to accommodate the non-for-profits wishing to return. There had been some concern on the part of the borough president and the community boards as to the cost of relocating, and I was told that your group is willing to, the mayor's office is willing to assist in that. Can you give us some detail on the level of assistance and how you'll be going about it?
So what we did was, and I mentioned this, on June 5th of this year, we held a meeting with all of the users that are currently in the building. We provided them with a construction schedule where we're beginning construction the beginning of next year in January. And the way it works with HRA is HRA rents to all of these non-for-profits. The expectation from our perspective was that the nonprofits would be able to identify lease space and be able to pay the equivalent amount or below the existing rent that they're paying to HRA. We identified locations with the assistance of DCAS of all available lease locations within a 3-zip code area in Brownsville to provide leads. And I actually provided what's called a P&E, personnel and equipment survey to all of the nonprofits that are there, requesting information so that we can assist further in identifying spaces that would be most suitable. And what we received was one response, really. The Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation and Ms. Shirley Washington, who is the director, reached out to us, and we've been working with them very closely. With respect to the other nonprofits that are there is plans by Community Solutions and the Brownsville Partnership to work on acquiring a building at 519 Rockaway Avenue. Most of the nonprofits, or the largest nonprofits that attribute most of the space that's there, will be relocating to that 519 Rockaway Avenue hub, which is going to be run by Community Solutions and the Brownsville Partnership.
On a temporary basis? Or?
On a permanent basis. That is actually what frees up a lot of the space for us to be able to do this. For some of the smaller nonprofits, no one has reached out to us except Central Brooklyn, and we've been working with them, and they have identified, I think there's a term sheet earlier this week that they're going to be able to acquire a lease, and we're working with CCI in our office to make sure that that happens.
Other questions? Ms. Delauze.
Hi, Mr. Parra. I know, I'm familiar with the Red Hook facility in particular, and I know at that location, for the community meetings that happen in the evening, I believe it's still true that you have to go through metal detectors. And I'm just wondering, and that sometimes is a barrier for some folks to participate. And I'm just wondering, based on the design of this building and how you described the south side and the north side, how the public, if you could walk us through how the public would enter, where the security is, and then how that might differ at when court is not in session.
So these plans, and we're in the process of actually dealing with that issue specifically. These plans, and I'm just looking at the lobby area. The lobby area actually has is really this section over here. The security screening area at our 60% schematic design mark is over here in the lobby. What we've done was, and this is partially at the request of the Office of Court Administration, and in order to ensure that people don't have to go through metal detectors, is we've made efforts to relocate the security area to the front of to the other side where the court operation is. In order so that our goal is that after hours, people will not have to go through metal detectors. Not only that, but we're working with the Office of Court Administration now to ensure that if someone's coming in to go to the community board at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's what they're going to do, they're not going to have to go to metal detectors either. So, and we're working on that in our design.
Mr. Reade.
All right. Just wanted to follow up the question I had asked the prior gentleman about the housing on the site and whether or not there's a possibility and whether that's being looked at.
So our office has had conversations with HPD. The feasibility of the development hasn't been analyzed in detail, and HPD currently has a lot of things that they're working on in Brownsville, and I think that we can explore the feasibility of further development contextually within the larger amount of projects that HPD has in its portfolio that it's looking at. And we can do that follow-up.
So it's something that will be looked at.
Okay.
Ms. Efron.
Assuming this is successful as it has been in Midtown and in Red Hook, and there is additional space available, which agency will it be, DCAS, or will it be some combination of the group that will determine the complementary services, and will it be by RFP for the nonprofits or lottery or what?
Well, right now, and this hasn't been fully developed. DCAS can enter into short-term leases for the space, and what's envisioned is that DCAS is going to take over this building, and they'll be able to work collaboratively with our office and with CCI to ensure that the most appropriate programs come into the space. And we're going to work with DCAS and come up with a solution in terms of what that process is going to look like. But what's envisioned is that DCAS is going to be able to enter into short-term leases with nonprofits.
Ms. Pataglia.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
On Monday, one of my colleagues had asked if any of the persons that were there on low-level crime misdemeanor charges would be held overnight, and the answer was no. The previous speaker had mentioned quite how many cases are expected in the course of a week to fill a full calendar 5 days a week. What will your office's procedure or processes be to make sure that these persons rather than being sent to Manhattan or somewhere else for a possible overnight stay for a low-level crime, to get them out so that that won't take place.
Well, that actually happens in Red Hook now,
I
you
know
know.
that.
And so what will end up happening is at the local level, the police department will develop what, I guess for all intents and purposes, a cutoff, so that if the court is about to close the session, then instead of processing cases, you know, and this is all coming from the 73rd Precinct, which is across the street, instead of processing cases across the street at Brownsville, there's not, the hope is, and what we're planning to, is that there won't be delay and that those cases will go directly to 120 Skimmerhorn in order so that those cases can be processed quickly.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Parra? Thank you, Mr. Parra.
Thank you very much.
Contrary to what I said, Philip David will not be our next speaker. He will speak on another item. Our next speaker will be Shirley Washington, and she will be followed by Denise West, I think. Ms. Washington.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Washington, and my agency is Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corp. And I'm here today my concern was that Central Brooklyn and the other agencies, non-for-profit agency, will be displaced, and we wouldn't be able to give the service to the community as we have provided before. But since that, I'm in favor of the CCI proposal for the juvenile center, since I have been working with the mayor's office and borough president office, and they had assured and worked with me very closely, and I have just talked to the lawyers yesterday that I will be signing a lease, and they are going to put me in a place, and I want to thank them, the mayor's office and the borough president office, for their support. We have been in the community for 25 years, have served a lot of the clients, and we hope to continue to do that. And we hope to continue to work very closely with CCI in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Any questions?
It's great timing.
I don't believe there are any
I'm
questions.
just nervous.
You did very well. Thank you very much, Ms. Washington.
Okay.
Denise West.
Good morning, everyone. I'm representing Brooklyn Perinatal Network, a community-based organization that's actually celebrating 25 years this year. We are also located at the 444 Thomas Borland site. We were started under the former Governor Como, because of infant mortality, maternal morbidity, and the disproportionate rates of deaths compared to other communities. And so the 4 communities in Brooklyn for which we covered is Brownsville, Bushwick, Fort Greene, and Bedford-Stuyvesant. While rates have decreased, there's still disproportionately infant mortality in those particular communities. Brownsville still having high teen pregnancy rate. Brownsville still having chronic illnesses, still a high crime neighborhood, and we continue to want to provide services there. Since we've provided services, we have, along with others, helped to enroll over 100,000 people in health insurance through facilitated enrollment and now through the Affordable Care Act. We have provided health education workshops in the community schools that have helped reduce unplanned pregnancies and have also utilized the teens to be peer educators amongst themselves, therefore keeping resources, community resources within their own community at a very low cost. We also provide case management services to pregnant and parenting women, and now focusing on the preconceptual person who will then know how to delay pregnancy if they don't want to, and or have a healthier pregnancy. And we have done that for the last 20 years or so, reaching over 10,000 women and their families. One of our main strategies is to do a lot of work collaboratively and working with our network providers. We have helped at the city, state, as well as the federal level, help work in collaboration to make policy, to influence policy changes, help to make changes to the maternal child health population. And we're also now working within the area of child welfare, which we know a lot of children are moved and displaced out of their neighborhoods, going to other foster care homes. We do not want to stop those services. We are going to have to move from this site at this point, but we have never been afraid to work into communities that are under-resourced, communities that are deemed dangerous to reach the hard-to-reach population. So we don't want to be displaced without being able to stay in the general neighborhood. So what we want and what we will be seeking support, and this last month or so, we've been at some of the meetings that CCI had, but it's the end of our program year, but we're beginning to have conversations with them, and we'll need to seek some financial and support for moving expenses, because that's not in any government budget that you can move. And we want to do without having to walk our furniture to our new location. So we'll be looking for those type of services. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Questions, I'm
There is a
sorry.
question. Ms.
Good morning.
Battaglia.
I certainly commend you for your good work. I'm a Bushwick girl, and I know what it's like for a community to be rated #1 in all the negative aspects of society.
That's right.
And I believe that in our respective lifetimes, we will see Brownsville turn around so
That's
that
right.
it's rated #1 for some of the positive aspects of society. But I wanted to ask you, during the relocation phase, will you be able to continue to provide the level of services you're providing now?
Yes, we expect to. One of the strategies that we're hoping to use, and we've used it in the past, is to sort of co-locate our staff in other locations. So a strategy can be that everybody's in one location, or a strategy can be that we work with another social service agency so that we enhance also the services there. So we will continue to. We don't see, except for a minimum period of time, any downsize.
Okay, and I imagine you will widely advertise your move so that all of your clients, people that rely on your services, will know where you are.
Yes, yes, we will do
And
that.
I imagine that when you get back to this beautiful new building, you'll be very happy.
Yes, we would. We
Thank you
would.
for coming today.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Ms. West.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? If not, the hearing is closed.
Borough of Brooklyn, calendar number 8, CD 16, C140351, PQK. A public hearing in the matter of an application for the acquisition of property concerning the Shirley Chisholm Child Care Center.
The first speaker is going to be Kenneth Robinson, and he will be followed by Michael Bitar from ACS. Mr. Robinson.
Yes. ACS is seeking approval of negotiating a new lease for the Shirley Chisholm Child Care Center at on Sumter, and basically we've been in various capacity there for the last 40 years or so, and
Mr. Robinson, could you state for the record where you're from and who you represent?
sorry, ACS General Counsel's Office. And basically, there's been approval, as you know, with conditions by the Community Board and by the Borough President's Office.
Questions? Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, no questions?
Michael Bitar, and he will be followed by the elusive Philip David.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Bitar. I'm an assistant architect with the Agency for Children's Services, and I'm here actually to answer any questions. I don't have anything prepared or any presentation other than the information that Ken presented. I'm familiar with the building, so partly that's why I am here.
So, any questions? Mr. Eady.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you about the condition of the building and whether or not, you've had a chance to review it. I know there were some questions about some of the tiles on the roof. whether you're satisfied with the repair work that's going to be done, and are there any other issues?
Let me explain. There are two playgrounds, one on the roof, one on the sidewalk. And it's one of the few functioning playgrounds on the roof. It is my opinion, personal opinion, that playing on the roof is not problematic, but it requires higher maintenance. It has to do with the way these roofs were built. They're not built for garages. They're basically built for, regular load. But we redesigned the roof, the composition of the roof, to hold 2-inch rubber tiles, basically. So what happens with these tiles, they're heavy, they're difficult to lift and access the drains. And what happens is the drains get clogged. In this case, I've investigated these drains. They need cleaning, basically. There are no present leaks in the building, and I can attest to that. So once the lease is signed, and actually, on a regular basis, we clean these. We encourage the custodians to do more than just the normal, just sweeping. It requires lifting the tiles, flushing the drains, and once that happens, the roof will not leak. Basically. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, I guess to a degree there was some concern about the roof tiles and I guess maybe unevenness or the placement of them.
What happens to these tiles is they expand and contract, and so gaps occur. So periodically you need to lift them up, reset them.
And will
They're not uneven. It's a good surface.
Okay, and will that maintenance continue to happen over time?
It happens, yeah. Every season change, it happens.
Okay, and
the tiles contract and expand.
And lastly, I guess, in your professional opinion, you believe that's a safe condition for the kids to play on?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nichols?
Well, yeah, I just want to follow up on that, and probably this question should have been directed to Mr. Robinson, but he's in hearing distance, so I think certainly I'd like to know, and I suspect my colleagues would like some assurance that these issues regarding roof tiles and play equipment will all be addressed prior to, no, you can't come back, sir. You just have to let us know in writing, that these issues will be cured before there is a lease renewal by ACS. I think that's the issue, and I think Mr. Chairman, I think we'd like to have assurances by ACS before we make a determination on this. That's okay with you?
Certainly okay, and I underscore what my colleague said.
Thank you.
Ms. Efron?
Can this space in its current configuration accommodate pre-K if necessary?
Yes.
Just to be clear here, this is, ACS will be leasing to Shirley Chisholm. This is an ACS lease to the applicant, or ACS is ACS the lessee or the lessor here?
I'm going to defer to Ken. May I?
Yes, please do. Just
We're the lessor, lessee rather. We are the lessee. We're the tenant, and we contract out to the child care provider.
And just to be clear, as the lessee, ACS, as opposed to the contract provider, is responsible for maintenance and maintaining the premises in a state of good repair?
The details of the lease, usually normal maintenance, ACS will do, and then the landlord will respond. In this case, the landlord will be responsible for the roof itself, and we are responsible for the tiles.
When you get back on the question that Mr. Knuckles asked, could you also get back just to clarify who is responsible for what here, whether it's the landlord or ACS, in terms of maintenance and maintaining the site or the premises in a state of good repair?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cantor.
Yes. It's a small area, one classroom at a time usually, with 2 teachers supervising about 20 kids. No, these are, no basketball. It's a high fence, I don't know. That for, yes. How frequent? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Every season change, I would say twice a year. Correct.
Any other questions? Thank you very much,
I have
Mr.
a
Vitar.
question. I have a question.
Pardon me,
Along-
Mr. Marin.
Thank you, Mr. Vitar. Along the lines of my colleague, Erwin Cantor, who's responsible for cleaning the drains? If you're saying that the landlord is the owner is responsible for the roof itself, the membrane, the composition, who's responsible for cleaning those drains and ensuring that they're clean?
The custodian, in my opinion. The tiles go over the drains.
I
the way
understand
it is.
that. I
So
understand
they
that.
need to be lifted, and they're loose, and the drain area hosed down, because that's where it accumulates, the
And
leaves.
that's the responsibility of the custodian
Yes.
of the center?
The facility, yes.
Just in general, it would be, I think, helpful to all of us, and this is to you, Mr. Robinson, if you could just get us an allocation of who is responsible for what. The landlord,
Right.
what the landlord's responsibilities are, what ACS's responsibilities are, and what the contractor, Shirley Chisholm's responsibilities are.
Okay.
Chairman, just one last question. And under the recommendation, I know that the borough president has a recommendation about either installing solar panels or having green roofs installed. Is there any consideration to that recommendation, being that the installation of a green roof would actually alleviate some of the stormwater runoff that would go into the drains? So is any consideration being paid to that recommendation by the borough president, do you know?
I raised this discussion in a meeting, and it is something that we would like to embark on, and I think, I'm hoping that we will.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Bitar.
All right.
Philip David. The elusive Philip David.
Good morning. My name is Philip David. I'm the Executive Director, Shirley Chisholm Daycare. I must say, I've managed many centers and I've visited many centers. And one of the things is that the roof on 265 Sumter, the roof in question, is in good repair. It's solid. The tiles are not shifted like in the other places. The leak was due to non-maintenance of the drain because, of course, you have custodians and you keep telling them what to do and so on. But, I was there up to yesterday and visited the place. It was fine. The main thing is the health and safety, and that's what we all are concerned, and I'm the big proponent of that. And I take that very seriously, and it is in good repairs and everything else. So I think, seeing that and looking at and comparing it to others, I think it is one of the best maintained. And I had the custodians, they go up there, take care of the leaves. When the leaves are there from the winter and so on, and they're not taken out, that's when you have a little problem in the drain. As it says, the tiles are small, and you just lift it up and clean around that area, and it'll be fine. So once that's done, there's no leak at all. Because, of course, I would be the first one to call ACS or call the landlord, and the landlord is very cooperative. Anytime you call, she responds to that. And so our children are very safe, and I think most of the questions that you guys want to know, I think it's in terms of the lease and the ACS and so on. We have the directive that landlord is responsible for any kind of, if we call them for any changes that's to be made or anything, or ACS, and it's well taken care of. Everything is good. We have no problem. I will let you know if there was a problem. I'll be the first person to let everyone know here. And it is good. And we have a good landlord. She's very cooperative. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Knuckles.
So Shirley Chisholm runs a number of daycare centers?
Yes, sir.
How many do you operate?
We were 6. And right now, because there were others, but due to early learning, they switched a few of them. And so I've been around there for like 33 years.
So among the 6, is this facility
This
oldest,
roof.
or is it
Yes.
among the newer ones?
This is among the new ones. And the roof is, I think this roof is better than the others that we have right now. Yeah.
Well, you've heard our expressed concerns about the conditions that ought to be addressed
Right.
prior to a lease renewal.
Right, sir.
I trust that you will, first of all, agree with our perspective on this and assure that those conditions are addressed.
Yes, sir. And I'll, like I said before, if there was any problems in terms of health and safety, I would have let you know today, because everyone who knows me, I'm very particular about health and safety of children. If I have to stay in the daycare center overnight, I do. And that's one of my biggest concerns, health and safety of children. And at this time, I can testify and can assure you that, it is in good condition right now.
Thank you, Mr. David. Any further questions to Mr. David?
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, let's hear from the landlord, Jacob Tao.
How are you? I'm actually not the landlord. My grandmother is the landlord. She has owned this property since the 1970s. I know she puts her heart and soul into this property. Unfortunately, I know she would have loved to be here today, but unfortunately, she's not doing that well. So she sent me in her place. I have stopped by the daycare center often in the past year or so to, check up. I don't live that far from it. I know Ms. Perkins, the director, there very well. If there's any issues, she gives me a call. I actually just had one of my workers from a different building go down there a couple weeks ago to do a little bit of cosmetic work that the kids wanted. I did ask her, because I know that there was an issue brought up about the roof. I did ask her if there was any issue or so. She had told me that there is no issue. I did go check it out myself and have the super of a building that we do own go up and check it out. And again, he said that he doesn't see any major issues. There was maybe a little bit he saw downstairs, which he patched up. There's no major issues with the roof. And that's basically, I'm just here to show that we're here and we're, any questions?
Questions for Mr. Tao? Mr. Marin?
I guess you'll need to get back to us on this one. Just a query on how old the roof is. Would you happen to know? When was it installed?
I'm sorry. I know that they did put in a new roof. I think they would know better, but I think there was a new roof put in within the last 5 years, 10 years. I'm not sure. Within the last 10 years, there was a brand new roof installed. So there's definitely been work on the building. I know the building is very well upkept. And any other questions?
Just let me reiterate. I would appreciate it if you would collaborate with ACS and with Mr. David and just submit to us a clear allocation of who is responsible for what here, particularly with respect to the roof. Both the maintenance, the upkeep, and the structure of it, as the case may be.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Tao. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? If not, the hearing is closed.
Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 9 through 16. Calendar number 9, CD1, C140322ZMQ. Calendar number 10, C140323ZSQ. Calendar number 11, C140323A, ZSQ. Calendar number 12, C140324, ZSQ. Calendar number 13, C140324A, ZSQ. Calendar number 14, N140329, ZRQ. Calendar number 15, N140329A, ZRQ. Calendar number 16, C130384, MMQ. A public hearing in the matter of applications for the amendments of the zoning map, the city map, the zoning resolution, and for the grant of special permits concerning the Astoria Cove development. Notice, a public hearing is also being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above appearance to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
We have many, many, many people who wish to be heard on this matter. As per our usual practice, we will hear first from those in favor for 30 minutes, then we'll switch to those opposed for 30 minutes, then back to those in favor until we exhaust everybody, including ourselves. Our first witness is Howard Weiss, and he will be followed by Ken Smith. Mr. Weiss.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. Howard Weiss, David Hutcher and Citron, Project Council. On behalf of 2030 Astoria developers, we thank the City Planning Commission for this opportunity to speak on the proposed Astoria Cove development. The application documents that you have read and considered prior to today's hearing certainly give voice to the fact that Astoria Cove will be the crown jewel in the reclamation of the Queens waterfront. This morning, we wish to highlight for the City Planning Commission what has been done and is being done by the applicant to respond to concerns that were expressed thus far regarding the project as it has advanced through the public review process with the Queens Community Board 1 and the Borough President. Of course, it bears emphasis that the recommendations that you've received from both the Community Board and the Borough President do not object to the essential elements of this project, including its density, its building heights, and its overall design. Astoria Cove's unparalleled waterfront park is designed by one of New York City's premier landscape architectural firms, Ken Smith Workshop, and Ken Smith will be here this morning to speak briefly about the project's lavish open space and amenities. Most of the concerns expressed about the project's affordable housing were addressed either prior to the Community Board's vote or shortly thereafter, including a commitment to permanent affordability, a commitment to the extension of the inclusionary housing program to the entirety of the project site, including the R7A and R6B portions, a commitment to the affordable units being dispersed throughout the entire project in each phase of development, and an increase in the number of affordable units. Ron Mindell from our firm will speak more about the dramatic ways in which this project has taken note of the mayor's 10-year housing plan and is making trailblazing commitments to the production of affordable housing, different from any other project that's come before us. Astoria Cove includes the development of a 456-seat public school, which is approximately double the number of school seats needed as a result of this project. The construction of the school is in the last phase of development because that is when those additional school seats will be needed. While the Community Board and Borough President have expressed concern about the need for more school seats in Astoria, the City Planning Commission should be aware that we have worked closely with the School Construction Authority and the Department of City Planning to determine the project's phasing and the anticipated demand for school seats. Astoria Cove includes, as part of this project, a 450-seat school, and the nearby Hallett's Point project, which you recently approved last year, will provide additional elementary and intermediate schools capacity in Astoria for 1,057 seats. The Astoria Cove project team also has paid careful attention to the concerns about traffic impact, mass transit, and the strong interest in ferry service, all of which were noted by the Queens Community Board and the Borough President. Norabelle Greenberger from the environmental planning firm of Philip Habib Associates will speak briefly with respect to that. I'm going to wrap up.
Two more sentences.
Two more sentences. Finally, the applicant has expressed a strong commitment to skilled labor in the construction of Astoria Cove. Both the Community Board and Borough President stated their concerns about an apprenticeship program, and the applicant has announced its intention to use subcontractors who participate or who have state-approved apprenticeship programs. With that, I conclude with providing the Commission with 680 letters in support of this project, which we wish to make as part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you. I duly note those with 3 sentences, but nevertheless. Questions for Mr. Weiss? We'll start with Ms. Battaglia.
Mr. Weiss, good morning.
Good morning.
So you did provide us a statement on various aspects, one of them being the affordable housing piece and the fact that this is historical, that it would be mandatory inclusionary housing. It is privately funded without subsidy, and in the future, should public subsidy be involved, the city, the commission has the right to request or require further affordable housing or more affordable housing units. I want to ask you 2 questions with relation, one with relation to the affordable housing, and if you defer to another speaker, that's fine. Just wanted to put the question out there. One with regard to the affordable housing and the other to the shuttle bus service. So the first question is, as it stands now, this development includes 345 units of affordable housing. Can you address the levels of affordability?
Right now, we've looked at the level of affordability being marketed to low income. However, and Ron Mandel will speak further to this, but in looking at this project over a 10-year phasing plan, one has to take note that market conditions can change. And both with respect to the proposed revised zoning text and the present inclusionary housing program, there are mechanisms to assure that based upon what may be determined to be appropriate mixes in the future, those can be implemented, and with them will come increased levels of affordable housing. So there's an interesting formula in the zoning resolution where if a developer will opt for middle or moderate, which then presumably might increase the level of profitability, the zoning resolution then requires increased numbers of affordable units. At present, it's really too early to determine what that mix should be, but the way both the proposed zoning text and the existing text is cast, there's an assurance that there would be an appropriate mix and also an appropriate level of affordability spread throughout the entire project.
Clearly, you've done your homework, and I think you know that this administration has a commitment to housing some of the people at the lower levels, and I would encourage the applicant, as this moves forward and as those conditions change, to consider that.
And let me just say, Commissioner, for the record as well, we've met with HPD and we will be meeting with HPD to explore in detail what might be done and what might be necessary. At this point in time, as you took note, this project is going forward without any public subsidy to support the affordable units, and the proposed text that's proposed, which I think is groundbreaking, and it's consistent with the mayor's 10-year housing plan, would provide that in the event that in the future it may be necessary or appropriate to avail itself of public programs, then the Commission and HPD in concert could require a higher number of affordable units, a higher percentage of affordable floor area should public subsidies be used.
Sure. Now, with regard to the shuttle bus service, which you wrote in your statement, my question at review session was, you know that the nearest subway stop is 9/10 of a mile. I certainly wouldn't want to have to walk 9/10 of a mile, and I would certainly be late all the time if I had to, as we all know. But my question to you is, would the shuttle bus service last for the life of the development?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Cantor.
traffic, Norabelle Greenberger from Philip Habib will actually speak to that and then can answer whatever questions you have, Commissioner.
He will be talking about traffic in its final stage.
Yes, Norabelle can address that.
Is anyone prepared to address the subject of traffic during construction?
Norabelle can address that as well. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Knuckles.
Howard, good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to ask about the sequencing of the school construction. Under the plan, the developer would convey to SCA the land that would contain the school. Is that the way it works?
Yes, Commissioner.
So the community board has raised the issue that the phasing of the school should happen earlier in the sequencing because of the impact that construction of new housing units would have on the school system before the new school is erected. What do you have to say about that? And then I have another question.
We've worked very closely with the SCA and the Department of City Planning regarding the inclusion of the school. First, I think it's important to take note that the school is not being provided as mitigation. In fact, the school is included in the base design of the project. As to the timing itself, it's a question of when those seats would be needed. At the end of the day, the School Construction Authority and the DOE may determine by the time we reach the last phase when those seats might be needed, and in fact those seats aren't needed. And the School Construction Authority and DOE may determine that in fact they would not wish to go forward with the school. We've made the commitment. We are at the tail end of entering into a letter of intent with the SCA regarding all of our commitments, and that will be then confirmed in a restrictive declaration filed against the property. If the School Construction Authority and the Department of Education, which are the experts in this, should determine by the time we get to that last phase that a school at this site is not necessary because of what already exists in the district and what is being developed as part of the Hallett's Point project, then we will have to return to the Planning Commission as well as the Community Board to determine the appropriate use of that portion of the project site.
What about the request of the Community Board that the site be used for recreational purposes before you build the school?
That's just not practicable because there's going to be staging off of that site in the last phase as other portions of the site are under construction. It's just not something that's real or viable in terms of the development of the large scale.
Okay. So SCA, it is incumbent on SCA to build the school?
Yes.
Is that correct?
We are providing the land. We have worked with them, so in fact, as you've seen in your application documents, there is, in terms of the massing, the school building provided, but the actual construction and the design of the school will be done by the School Construction Authority.
There's a building on that site right now, is there not, or is there? Is it a vacant site?
No,
or is
that portion of the project site is vacant.
Is vacant?
Yes.
And you say you will need it for staging that precludes making it a recreational site during construction?
Right. I mean, there's going to be active construction going on all around. It just wouldn't make sense.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Marin.
Good morning.
Good
Mr.
morning,
Weiss.
Commissioner.
I'm following the line of questioning that our Vice Chair asked. Could you walk us through the phasing of the entire project for a second? Or is that better answered by someone else?
Yeah, I think Ron Mandel probably would best do that.
Well, you would
Okay.
have to wait your turn.
He's going to be speaking, so.
Why don't we hold that
I'll
until
hold my
Mr.
questions
Mandel.
for him then. Thank you.
Ms. Delauz and Mr. Cantor.
Hi, Mr. Weiss, thank you for being here.
Good morning.
I'm just going to follow up. I appreciate, well, first, I just want to say I appreciate that your client has been open to working with the administration and moving forward with the affordable housing plan and specific to the mandatory inclusionary zoning. I recognize that as a significant step forward. And while I appreciate also that your client is in agreement not to accept public subsidy under this new realm, if you will, I would just point out that, these are significant discretionary actions that result both in a change in use from manufacturing, also in a significant change in density, and that conveys a significant amount of value to your client. So I think the things that we're talking about are balanced in terms of the public benefit as part of that conversation. I don't know if you're the right person to answer this question, but I'll put it out there and we'll see. Going to your point about there not being a significant adverse impact on elementary schools, certainly the information we have here supports that statement, but there is a significant adverse impact on child care centers. And I'm just wondering what discussion your client has had relative to that need. And also just, obviously now with the change in the phasing, in particular of the affordable housing and including the affordable housing in all phases, I just want to also make sure that I believe that modification, that the impacts have been reviewed as part of that as well. And if you can just speak to that, that would be helpful.
As mitigation with respect to child care impacts, this project will be providing for the support of additional child care slots within the community, and that's fully addressed within the draft environmental impact statement.
So it's slots, not physical space.
Right.
Mr. Cantor?
Howard, you responded to the issue about using the school site for the next X years in terms of using it as a staging area until you're ready to build. I think we both know that hundreds of buildings are built in the city of New York where the staging area somehow is within the footprint of the building because there's nothing else available. So it sounds to me like it's not what you need, but what you want. Certainly, it's more convenient for you to use that as a staging area. But at the end of the day, particularly since we're talking about so many years before you need that site, I don't follow your line of reasoning.
Commissioner, what we will do, given the interest that's been expressed by various members of the commission, we will, over the coming weeks, review that and see whether there could be an opportunity to provide some interim use on some limited basis.
That's fair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Besser?
Thank you. Do you happen to know approximately how many permanent as well as temporary jobs would be created as a result of this project?
Nora Bell will be able to address that when she talks about the environmental review.
Ms. Delos?
I'm sorry, I should have asked this earlier. How long has your client owned the property?
There are various investors in the project that have owned different parts of the project site over varying amount of times. I think some stretching back as long as 30 years almost, and some newly, and then one portion of the project site, they control it but don't presently own it. What we can do is we will make a post-hearing written submission, and we could elaborate on those details.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you all
Weiss.
very much.
Ken Smith? Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. My name is Ken Smith. I'm a landscape architect. I'm part of the design team for the project. And over the last 4 years, we've been working very closely with city planning and shaping the public spaces for the site. We have are providing 60% additional public open space beyond what is required in the waterfront zoning requirement. And we've also provided twice the required width for the shore public walkway. We've actually developed an upper and a lower walkway, which gives greater views and visual access to the waterfront. We've also taken into account the revised flood zones after Hurricane Sandy, and all of our public spaces are above the flood zones. We've also worked on the streets to make well-designed pedestrian areas and good connections to the neighborhood so that people have good access to the public spaces. And we're also developing infiltration gardens for stormwater as part of the Muse part of the site. With that, I would answer any questions.
Questions to Mr. Smith? Mr. Cantor?
The interface between the site and the adjacent apartments. The site basically is down here, and then they've got like a 10 or 15% ramp going up to their facility. How do you address that?
We have access on the public streets coming down. The Muse area is an area that's very steep, if that's the area you're referring to. And it does have steps coming down. All of the housing units that are access to that space are provided their ADA access internally from the parking garages through elevators. But the natural slopes on the site are so steep that it would be impossible for us to actually provide a continuous ADA ramp from the street down, and that is provided on the public sidewalks on the adjoining streets.
So in actuality, it's virtually a dead end to the walkway when it comes to the other development.
If you are using it from a strictly ADA perspective, yes.
Ms. Efron?
Thanks. The outdoor seating area for the restaurants is adjacent to some of what's considered the public space. Is there a lip or any sort of grade change to make sure that the seating from the restaurants doesn't encroach upon the outdoor space?
Generally speaking, there is paving change along one stretch. There's actually a line of bollards that separate that area, the sidewalk and the outdoor seating from the shore drive, the roadway. In the other area, there are thin planters that separate the outdoor seating areas from the public space. So I think we have taken into account having an identifiable edge between the private space and the public space.
Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask a broader question about the open space and particularly about the waterfront access. My colleague, Mr. Cantor, raised the issue of the apartment building to the north, but beyond the Astoria Cove site, the waterfront wraps around to include Astoria houses, the Hallett's Point project, and literally all the way down to Rainey Park on the I don't know if have you been involved in any of the open space issues with respect to those other sites, and how those, if this project went forward, how that entire waterfront could be contiguous and open to public use?
This is the only waterfront project that I'm working on in Queens, so I can't speak to the other projects, although I know the Hallett's Point project has waterfront access. I think there are, from what I know, there are two sort of problematic areas in terms of the continuous public space leading to Astoria Park. There is currently an industrial site here that is undeveloped and presumably at some future point will be brought into the city's waterfront program and will provide a critical connection. And there's also a current privately owned public space in this area that is, well, maybe problematic in terms of its enforcement of public access. And presumably if that could be resolved, that would be a critical linkage.
Have you had any contact or coordination with the Hallett's Point developers as you've proceeded to design the open space here?
The architect, the studio is the same architect on both projects. So I personally haven't had involvement in the other project, but the master architect is the same on both projects. So there is coordination at that level.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Besser.
Thank you. I'm just curious to know if there was any consideration or if there was like designated section for the members that would be looking to utilize the shuttle service. So has there been a space designated with a shelter or seating or some type of an area, taken into consideration in this plan?
I think Norabelle from Philip Habib can best answer that question.
And I assume likewise, you would defer a question on the ferry service as well and the landing site for the ferry service?
Yes, I'm familiar with that, but Norabelle can speak better than I.
Okay. Any other questions from Mr. Smith? Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Ron Mandel.
Good morning, Commissioners. If I may, Bishop Taylor of Urban Upbound is with us here today, and he has to leave shortly. If he can kindly speak at the moment, and I can speak subsequent to his testimony, or we can at least swap spots.
We'll swap spots.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're going to be here all day, Mr. Mandel.
Yes.
Bishop Taylor.
Thank you so much for that consideration to the chair and the other commissioners. Good morning. My name is Bishop Mitchell Taylor, the CEO and co-founder of Urban Upbound, formerly known as URTA, and the pastor of the Center of Hope International. I've worked in Astoria houses for the past 30 years and have lived in Queensbridge for the last, I don't want to date myself, but 50 years. I'm here today to provide testimony on the Astoria Cove project on behalf of myself and Ms. Claudia Koga, the resident associate president of Astoria Houses and a 55-year resident of Astoria Houses. By means of reference, Urban Upbound is a nonprofit organization dedicated to breaking cycles of poverty in public housing neighborhoods. Our approach consists of bringing tenants, religious leaders, business leaders, and neighborhoods together to change neighborhoods not from the outside in, but from the inside out. Currently, we have 3 of these campuses in Queensbridge, the largest public housing development in the country, Astoria Houses, and Far Rockaway. We have 54 full-time employees spread out over these 3 campuses and a budget of over $3.5 million. As a point of information, Alma Realty has donated $15,000 to Urban Upbound over the last 2 years to support community programming in Astoria Houses, and the Astoria Houses Resident Association has received $3,000 to support its community events. We feel it is important to highlight the conditions of Astoria Houses, arguably one of the most segregated pockets of poverty in Queens, and the potential impact of the new development, including Hallis Cove, on our community. The Astoria Peninsula, home of Astoria Public Houses, is tucked away on an isolated peninsula in a MTA two-fare zone. Astoria Houses has 22 buildings and is home to more than 3,000 residents with an average income of $27,000 a year. Historically, we would agree the area has been underdeveloped and overlooked by public sector and private investors alike. The 4 existing retail corridors have generally been limited to liquor stores, check cashers, and bodegas with short life cycles. Studies have shown the perpetuation of these isolated and segregated communities continue to give birth to generational poverty, which I've lived in most of my life. Now with the Lincoln Equities Hallett's Point project and the proposed Alma Realty Astoria Cove project, there's finally attention and investment coming to the peninsula. This is significant in and of itself. Our community is faced with the challenge and the opportunity. How can we leverage this inflection point? How do we ensure that with new development, the city perpetuates? How do we ensure that with new development, the city does not perpetuate the tale of 2 cities where there's market rate housing alongside public housing, and public housing residents continue to be isolated, underemployed, and lack of basic goods and services. Instead, how can we work together to leverage this new private sector interest to create mixed income communities where everyone can benefit? Further, how can we create a model for other public housing communities where development is or will take place? While no clear plan currently exists, we are committed to work with this developer over the next several months to ensure that there is a sustainable and operational community benefit. There are several points we want to bring to the attention of the Commission. First, we should use this inflection point to ensure the public and private sector invest in the needed infrastructure upgrades essential for any community. Most significantly, the crumbling buildings on the Astoria campus must be a part of the conversation. NYCHA has estimated that it will take $130 million to repair the 22 buildings in Astoria Houses, money they apparently do not have. What are the opportunities to leverage this new private development to support
essential capital repairs to Astoria houses. Can this private development?
Bishop Taylor, 2 more sentences.
All right.
We'll ask you questions.
We'll ask questions. Sure there'll be questions.
Okay. Let me pick the best 2. From my second point, 1 sentence, we must maximize the opportunities to develop a coherent, inclusive neighborhood benefits plan that's broad enough to span the entire development, no gated areas. Second sentence, third, this is a great opportunity to leverage the development to invest in our people. We want to see communities supported by ALMA to ensure that the union apprentice slots that lead to good paying trade careers that will live out any development project and further be available to Astoria housing residents in the future. Okay.
Those are 2 long sentences.
I have
Questions?
copies for the full testimony
We'll
for
start
you
with Mr.
guys.
Taglio.
Good morning. Thank
Yes.
you for bringing to our attention the conditions at Astoria Houses. I'm familiar with both Astoria Houses and Queensbridge. Queensbridge is actually quite nice. I think you know that. You live there.
Well, that's
Yeah, I guess
subjective.
that is subjective. It is subjective. But I do want you to know that I've been an advocate of improvements in public housing for my entire adult career, so I do sit with you on that side. I just wanted to know if you have engaged in any discussions with the applicant for job opportunities for people that live in the public housing developments that are on the peninsula or nearby, and also for enhanced marketing to the residents of Astoria Houses and Queensbridge.
Yes. So myself and Ms. Koga, who is the TA president for Astoria Houses, have been talking to the developers, and we're anticipating that the developer will, at some point in the very, very near future, have a liaison on board that can communicate with us to develop a comprehensive community benefits plan for the Astoria housing residents. And I've been told that that plan and process is already in place so that we can get something on paper. I always say it stinks until it's in ink.
Well, we will ask for it on paper as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Delauze.
Hi, Bishop Taylor, how are you? Thank you for being here.
How you doing, Michelle?
And for your good work. I really appreciate that you raised the income, you stated the income for the public housing residents there in Astoria, because that's a significant part of this conversation, given the conversation that we're having specifically about the affordable housing in the proposed new development, and who ultimately will be able to access that affordable housing. And I'm just wondering if you've had specific conversations with the developer, excuse me, about their openness to exploring deeper affordability to try to ensure that those units are accessible to public housing residents. And separate from a potential community benefits agreement, which would be obviously separate from the conversation we're having here. The $130 million capital needs that you state are very, very significant. And I'm just wondering how you believe this particular development project and others that have already been started or might be planned for the area, how you believe those things are connected.
Well, again, as I said, with these 2 developments, Hallis Point and Astoria Cove, we finally got some attention and some private and public investment on the peninsula, which hasn't happened in over a half a century. And with Hallis Point, we worked intensely over the last 7 years to make sure that there would be training programs in place and apprentice opportunities that will come as a result of the trades, and then the permanent jobs that will be in the buildings on the peninsula. They've given us the opportunity to train for those jobs as the buildings are being built, so they can source for those jobs as well, the permanent jobs. They've also contributed a significant amount of money on the infrastructure of the Astoria Houses campus with new pavement, new railings, and doing some work in that way. And then, of course, they paid a significant amount of money for one of the pads to build 340 units of affordable, which you all know. I just think that there has to be a mechanism There has to be an investment in the infrastructure. Someone talked about transportation. The MTA has declared this a two-fare zone. So in order to get to the train, you have to either walk a mile, it feels like 2 miles, or you have to take a bus. We're hoping that there is further investment. You know, Hallis Point is opening up the street, and they've made a deal with MTA to continue the bus line to go all the way around. We're hoping that there would be further commitment to, you know, chime in on that and add whatever resources are needed to further expand that with the ensuing development that's coming, and that it won't be isolated to just the residents on the Cove, but it will be accessible to the residents that live in the story houses, because if they have to walk a mile, they have to walk a mile. So everyone should share in the wealth of this development. But let me just say this. We've been working and having conversations with Alma and the principals, and I feel confident that I don't know what happened in the past with other projects they're doing. I'm not paying attention to that. This is the projects. I'm from the projects. We do different business over here. And so our thing is, we want to ensure, and I've expressed this to the developer, and they've been very candid with us and very honest with us about wanting to do some of the same things Hallis Point has done to raise the economic growth opportunities for the residents on the peninsula. And they've demonstrated that in some small ways. And I'm confident that we'll be able to put some pen to paper and put some real clear things together that will make this a real project that will benefit the people that live in the story houses. Because the reality is, people on the peninsula have suffered for the last 50 years, unlike people that don't live on a peninsula, maybe just a mile away.
Let me ask you, Bishop Taylor, a broader question. Given your long association with public housing, both here and in Queensbridge and elsewhere, and Far Rockaway as well. The public housing, as it's been built historically in the city, has been built very with an inward look. And here there's an opportunity, given Hallett's Point on one side and Astoria Cove on the other side, to take not only a look at upgrading conditions and infrastructure at Astoria houses, but also to think about Astoria houses and conceivably all public housing in a slightly different way from a design point of view, to open up Astoria houses to the broader community and vice versa, as you say. Have you had conversations with either the developers on either side of Astoria houses, or indeed with New York City Housing Authority on that potential, and what do you think of that generally?
Well, I think generally, you know, public housing is considered, there's 340 developments in the city of New York, 178,000 units, 500,000 or more people on the lease, and if you double that, which is the reality, that's who lives there. And they're generally in segregated, isolated populations. I think that studies have shown that mixed communities broaden the opportunity for economic opportunity for residents everywhere. And, you know, as it relates to the Hallis Point project, I've had intense conversations with Joel Bergstein, one of the principals for Lincoln Equities, about, you know, thinking about broader ways to create a more inclusive community. And that's why on the Hallis Point project, there are no gates anywhere. And some of the interesting points with that project is the pavement markings from the development, the new development match the pavement markings for the public housing development, to have this inviting type of atmosphere for residents from public housing to interact. I think that the schools present an opportunity, although I do agree with Vice Chairman Knuckles about possibly using that space. Why use it for a staging area for 10 years when we could use it for something that would have a community benefit before that time? So I think the school, if those kids that come into this peninsula, the market rate housing that will attract a different economic stratum of people, if our kids can go to school with their kids, I mean, this creates a different dynamic that really lifts the community from where it is. So I see that as an opportunity as well. And I've talked extensively with both developers about those.
And do you see physical design changes to potentially to Astoria houses that would further the interconnections between the developments on either side?
Yes, well, right on 27th Avenue, Lincoln Equities is building a standalone 340-unit affordable housing complex that will be comparable to the affordable rates in public housing. And that facade is a totally different facade. And then there's going to be a school that's going to be built on the campus as well. And then some of the parking lots are going to be redone and redesigned. And again, like I said, there's a $130 million capital deficit in Astoria houses. Trying to figure out with the private investment, maybe we can leverage some public investment, you know, and begin to look at those facades and the way the entrances look in terms of, I mean, you know, when you go to public housing, you know, it looks like a prison when you walk. I don't care how much we try to hide it and sweep it underneath the rug. I mean, you know, this is poverty at its best. When you want to see the neediest New Yorkers, come to public housing. Now, some public housing neighborhoods are maintained better than others, but, you know, it's really all, you know, at a place that needs to be upgraded. So I think that there's an opportunity with this attention, with the public and the private sector coming together, trying to figure out when the tide rises, how can all small ships rise together? This is an inflection point. I think that an opportunity and to create a model for how development is done in other public housing neighborhoods around the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Bishop Taylor. And I know we didn't allow you to finish your testimony, so please submit it.
Yes, and you can read there's some more good stuff in it you guys need to read.
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
I do support this project, and I think that if we get past all of the hoops and hurdles, that it'll be a great thing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to switch now to those who are speaking in opposition, and our first speaker is Maritza Silva Farrell, and she will be followed by Addo Jason.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Maritza Silva Farrell. I am a senior organizer with ALIGN, the Alliance for Agrarian New York. The Alliance for Agrarian New York is a community labor coalition dedicated to creating good jobs, vibrant communities, and an accountable democracy for all New Yorkers. We are members of the Real Affordability for All Coalition, as well as the Walmart Free NYC Coalition. We urge the city planning to disapprove this application unless the following modifications are made. 1, wage standards are set for all construction and permanent workers. 50% local hiring target for all commercial businesses. 50% affordable housing. The key to successful development is ensuring that the values of the neighborhood and its members are upheld, despite the changes that come from large-scale development. The modifications we recommend are similar to the guidelines for the development that were agreed upon by Community Board. If these guidelines are disregarded by the CPC, it would alienate the community from this development. It is of utmost importance that these modifications be made to protect the interests of the workers and low-income residents of Queens. I'm going to talk a little bit about prevailing wages and living wages standards. A restrictive covenant should be signed that requires all businesses in Astoria Cove to pay the prevailing wage to construction and building service workers, and living wage as defined by $10 an hour with benefits or $11.50 an hour without benefits to all other workers. There is a direct connection between the rezoning of land for large-scale development and the socioeconomic impact of the community and workers of Queens. Local hiring requirements. The restrictive covenant should also include a 50% local hiring requirement for all commercial businesses in Astoria Cove. I have a full testimony that I can pass it. I'm just reading the most important points. And mainly affordable housing. Low-income residents in the neighborhood must be protected from the impacts of upscale development and gentrification. The only way to ensure this, aside from quality job creation, is protecting and expanding affordable housing. The Commission should deny this application unless the developer guarantees that 50% of all the units will be affordable for local residents. These units need to be income tier, so there is housing for low-wage workers and middle-class families. This is a model that works. Many unions agree, many developers agree, and many community organizations agree. Now we need our elected officials to step up and represent our interests, rather than allow the same failed policies of the past 2 decades to continue. In conclusion, development does not occur in a vacuum. Residents, particularly low-income residents, are disproportionately impacted by these projects. Community representatives must be proactive in demanding higher standards for these developments and ensuring that community benefits are received in return for development rights. And I had to point out that the community benefits should be a binding community benefits, given to the past history in development that we have here in the city, unless if we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Silva Farrell. Questions? Ms. Delauze.
Hi, Maritza, thank you for being here. I'm just wondering what level of interaction your coalition has had with the developer to discuss the points that you raise and what commitments may have been made thus far and which ones are still outstanding.
So our coalitions, for what I understand, we haven't sit down with the developer. We'll be willing to sit down with the developer and specifically on the point of community benefits agreement to figure out how can we make sure that there is local hiring and that some of the wage for the workers are going to be permanent work jobs. And one main point that I also want to talk about is the retail component of the development. So to make sure that we don't get big box stores like Walmart in the side, which is really a big potential for it.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Addo Jason, I think, followed by Audrey Sasson. Am I pronouncing that right? Mr. Jason?
Addo Jason, yes, sir.
Okay.
The Addo is spelled A-D-D-O. Good morning. My name is Addo Jason, and I'm here for New York Communities for a Change. I'm here to testify because I live in Queens, and I've been living in Queens for over 40 years, and I love Queens. But the fear in Queens is in danger. Just like other cities like New York City. We have heard this before, and we have seen it in downtown Brooklyn and Harlem. When the developers came and kept building and building, not for the people living in the neighborhood, but a new people coming in. Soon, they would have to take over the whole place, and they will force us, the lower income group and the people of color, out from the neighborhood. That's why I am here to oppose the project of Astoria Grove, as it is currently proposed. 20% affordable housing is not enough to meet the need of the people of Queens. Lower income people need a fair share. We should also be able to afford to live in the project too. This project is benefiting by the city, changing the zoning. And from the property tax breaks, what are they giving to the community? Greedy developers always leave the little people behind, and 20% is not enough. It is because the developers always want more and more. A 50% model is much better for Queens, and that is what we are asking for. As a Queen resident, we have to stand strong on our feet and to get our voice out heard. I argue you today not to move the project forward unless we had 50% of the project for affordable housing. to the minority of Queens. Thank you again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jason. Questions? Thank you, Mr. Jason.
Thank you.
Audrey Sasson, followed by Tashana Green.
Good morning, still. Good morning, Chairman Weisbrod and members of the City Planning Commission. Thank you for giving me the opportunity today to provide testimony on Astoria Cove. My name is Audrey Sasson, and I am the director of Walmart Free NYC. Walmart Free NYC is a large and diverse citywide coalition committed to increasing economic opportunities, good jobs, and vibrant businesses in neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs, as well as preventing the Walmartization of New York City. I'm here today to share a brief statement on behalf of the hundreds of organizations that endorse our work, some of whom are actually with us today. Before sharing our recommendations, I want to say a few words about Walmart, why we're concerned about it in general, and why we're concerned about it at Astoria Cove. Walmart is the largest private employer in the world, and it has created a race to the bottom, resulting in lower wages, fewer benefits, and less security for millions of workers across the United States. The harm of Walmart has long been seen and felt. It's why New York City communities have fought so hard to keep the company from opening stores here. It is well documented, for example, that for every 2 poverty wage jobs Walmart creates, 3 good local jobs are destroyed. It is also well documented that when Walmart enters the community, a significant proportion of neighboring small businesses close down, thereby restricting consumer choice in the area and damaging the neighborhood's local character. As you may know, Walmart has announced plans to open up small format stores in urban centers across the country and has its eyes squarely set on New York City, which really would be a game changer for Walmart. It would also be a game changer for New York City, and not in a good way. The square footage designated for a grocery store at Astoria Cove matches the square footage typically assigned to Walmart's grocery model, known as the neighborhood market. Walmart is also experimenting with an even smaller model called Walmart Express, which could locate in any number of smaller retail spaces at Astoria Cove. Walmart Free NYC believes that the best way to guard against the negative impact that Walmart could have in our communities is to forge a path for high road retail that prioritizes good jobs and sustainable community development, and that is why we're here today. We are here to urge you to use your power within the ULURP process to require the developer of Astoria Cove, Alma Realty, to prioritize retailers with a proven track record of paying living wages, providing good benefits, hiring locally, and supporting worker organizing. Walmart Free NYC is encouraged that Councilmember Constantinides has gone on record opposing Walmart at Astoria Cove, and that both the community board and the borough president have disapproved this project unless certain labor conditions are met. We recommend that the City Planning Commission both respect those conditions and strengthen them by committing the developer, Alma Realty, to a restrictive covenant on the following 3 labor conditions. 1, prevailing and living wage standards for all construction and permanent workers. 2, 50% local hiring with a workforce development program for permanent jobs, and this is, as my colleague at Align said, to prevent gentrification in the neighborhood. And 3, labor harmony for both the developer and its lessees. A more detailed description of these 3 conditions is included in the written testimony that we're submitting today. But in closing, my last sentence, I want to say that Astoria Cove can do a great deal to improve the quality of life for Queens residents and to model what high road retail can look like in New York City moving forward, but only if done right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sasson. Any questions? Ms. Battaglia.
Good morning, and thank you for coming today, and thank you for bringing your constituency with you. We do know, at least with the materials that we have, that this development will include a fresh supermarket, which I think everyone would support. Are you privy to information that there are negotiations at this point with Walmart?
I'm
or
not.
Are you just being preventative?
We are being preventative, and we want to see high road retail in the area. Walmart is certainly interested in New York City and continues to be, so we are concerned.
As a student of linguistics, I like to learn new words, and Walmartization is a new one. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Ms. Zellos.
Hi, thanks for being here. I'm just wondering if you could, so I think the square footage on the supermarket that's proposed, it's very small print here. Maybe you could just go over what the format is for the neighborhood market that Walmart uses?
Yeah, the neighborhood market is in between 35,000 and 40,000 square feet typically. The Walmart Express stores are more in the 10,000 square feet range.
Okay. I think
Yeah.
what we're seeing here is smaller than 20,000. Yeah.
They're flexible.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sessom.
Thank you so much.
DeShawna Green, followed by John Tritt.
Good morning. My name is Tashawna Green, and I live in Queens along with my daughter Brittany. I work at Fairway in Douglaston, and I'm a member of United Food and Commercial Workers Local 1500 Union, which represents 220,000 members in New York area. UFCW Local 1500 is a proud member of the Walmart Free NYC Coalition, which is why I'm here today. I'm here to talk about the retail jobs that Astoria Cove would create and to share my story and perspective for why we need to ensure that this development paves the way for good jobs that will serve the community in the long run and not harm it. About 4 years ago, I was working at Target where my coworkers and I tried to organize with Local 1500. As I previously mentioned, I now work at Fairway, a union shop. And my situation currently is very different compared to 4 years ago. As a union grocery worker, I have job security, sustainability, raises, guaranteed hours per week, and health insurance. While I was working at Target, I was never sure what each week would bring me. My hours went from 20 to some weeks as low as 5. We did not have sustainable wages, raises, and some of us were even denied raises during our evaluations. None of us could sustain a secure income with those practices. Most importantly, we faced a great deal of intimidation and retaliation for trying to organize. All of the conditions I faced at Target are a direct result of the race to the bottom that Walmart has created nationwide. As the largest retailer and largest private employer in the world, Walmart is the company most directly responsible for creating a business model that depresses wages, offers unreliable scheduling, provides insufficient hours for workers to get by, and retaliate against workers who organize to improve their conditions. Walmart sets an industry standard, a standard that companies like Target have all too willingly adopted as a result. That's why we need to do everything in our power to guard against Walmart coming into NYC and coming into Queens at Astoria Glen Clove. As an individual who has not only experienced the standards Walmart has set for other big retail companies like Target to follow, but also a current union grocery worker, I urge you to use your power within this planning process to guard against harmful retaliators moving in. Astoria Clove has the potential to be a model development truly benefiting the community it's meant to serve, but only if done the right way. As a partner in the Walmart Free NYC Coalition, I therefore recommend disapproving this project unless the developer, Alma Realty, commits to a restrictive covenant that would prioritize retailers with a proven track record of paying living wages, providing good benefits, hiring locally, and supporting worker organization. On wages, a restrictive covenant be signed that requires all business in Astoria Cove to pay at least the prevailing wage to construction and building service workers in a living wage, as currently defined by $10.30 an hour with benefits or $11.90 an hour without benefits to all workers.
Thank you very much. Whoops. Thank you very much, Ms. Green. Questions? Mr. Dweck.
Do you know if your group has reached out to the developer and if you had any talks with them and what has come of it, if anything?
No.
No talks, or you don't know what came out of it? Or-
No, that I don't know of.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
John Tritt, followed by Jorge Rolda.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is John Tritt. I'm a representative of Build Up NYC from the Hotel Trades Council. Build Up NYC is an alliance of working men and women in construction, hotel, and building maintenance and operations services, working together to strengthen our middle class with good jobs and responsible real estate development. Thousands of us live in Astoria, including myself, and many thousands others live throughout Queens. And even though there isn't a hotel in the proposed development in Astoria Cove, as residents of Astoria, we're still concerned about the effect it'll have on our community. At Build Up, we're fighting together to make sure real estate developments like Astoria Cove give back to the community where they are built. Alma Realty needs to make a strong commitment to affordable housing, environmental sustainability, and good, safe jobs. This project can be done right if we all work together. All of Astoria should benefit, not just the developer. Alma has proposed that only 20% of the units be affordable. The community needs more. Alma's own environmental study reveals the need to thoroughly investigate for a variety of toxic materials, including asbestos, lead, and PCBs. This is particularly important since the project is in a flood zone and the school is being built as part of the development. Building in Astoria Cove will generate hundreds of construction jobs and permanent maintenance and retail jobs. Alma Realty has an opportunity to create good, safe jobs with priority hiring for local residents and opportunities for local businesses, but hasn't made a commitment to do so. Despite some conversations with Alma, there still isn't an agreement for either construction or building service workers that guarantees us that Astoria Cove will create good jobs that benefit our community. And now, some of Alma's employees in the Far Rockaways who have been fighting for a fair labor contract for a very long time have recently reported that they are being threatened with discharge by Alma management if they don't abandon Local 32BJ as their union. These workers have been without a contract for 4 years and have lost valuable wages and benefits because Alma will not respect the workers' decision to be represented by 32BJ as a union seeking to maintain industry labor standards. We have more than 1,500 postcards signed by members of this community who agree Astoria Cove should be developed responsibly. We're here today to explain to you why developing Astoria Cove responsibly is so important to the future of Astoria's working families. As Astoria becomes less and less affordable, we must ensure good jobs and affordable housing, and this project will keep Astoria our home. In her recommendation to disapprove this project, Queensboro President Melinda Katz noted ongoing concerns about insufficient mass transit, a failure to mitigate the significant traffic impact projected for this site, and the need for more affordable housing. The borough president also recommended that the developer must work with the construction and service workers to provide prevailing wages for the development and living wages for the permanent workers. We echo the borough president's concerns about these issues. We urge the City Planning Commission to recommend that the developer must complete a thorough investigation of all potential environmental hazards at the site before approval is given, with full transparency on the investigation, its results, and if necessary, remediation efforts. If remediation is necessary, then it is important the responsible contractors be used to remove any hazards identified on this site. The project should also be designed and built to withstand extreme weather and rising sea levels in a way that is efficient and safe. The project should not proceed unless the developer ensures good jobs at Astoria Cove that provide fair wages, retirement, and health insurance benefits for construction, maintenance, operations, and security workers. Lessons. These should include jobs that provide state-approved training and apprenticeship programs so work is done safely. The development must also include affordable housing to provide opportunities for local residents and businesses to do work on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tritt. Questions for Mr. Tritt? Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Jorge Raldum, is that correct? Yes. Okay. And he will be followed by Oscar Barrera.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Jorge Roldan. I'm a resident, and I'm also a cancer survivor due to my work. And that's one of my biggest concerns in reference to the soil and the existence of the potential hazards on these buildings. So, they expressed the initial investigations into the Astoria Cove project site revealed the potential existence of hazards for the waste and carcinogenic contaminants through a limited visual screening that we know that at least 5 of the 7 existing structures are subject to have asbestos-containing materials. As you all know, asbestos materials cannot be seen, so it might be into the walls, they might be into the walls, barrels, on the ground, or might be on the roof buildings. Besides the ACM, there are other 18 recognized environmental conditions identified on some of the sites. Some of these regs include the potential existence of heavy metals, on-the-ground storage tanks, PCVs, cold packets, spent solvents, base chemicals, bleaching agents, and a whole slew of materials and mechanical manufacturing contaminants. All of this combines with the fact that the part of all the development site is in a flood zone. And a developer proposes to site the public schools and the potential of hazardous property requires a full thorough investigation in order to ensure the safety of the public's health. The 2014 City Environmental Quality Review Technical Manual summarizes environmental review procedures used by the city agency to determine the effect, if any, of the potential discriminatory actions, such as certain potential of the land use subject to the ULURPs, might have the environmental. The 2014 CEQR Technical Manual is to be used for any reviews commencing on or after 2014. However, the case of the impact analysis commenced prior to the release of the date that are not considered completed on such date, such as Astoria Cove. Throughout the uses of the negative declaration, a conditional negative declaration of the final environmental impact statement, the lead agency should consider whether supplementation of the impact analysis to reflect the methodology of the updated technical manual should be conducted. Technical into account as necessary of a scheduled timing completion of environmental review under the applicable regulations of the approval process. The Astoria Cove impact analysis commenced prior to the release of the date of the updated manual. This considered implemented because the FEIS has yet to issue the updated manual that states when possible. The phase 2 should be conducted before a determination of significance is made of environmental assessment statement stage of, if a possible declaration of being issued before the EIS completed, although the EIS states that the passage of this that has been completed. This is still possible to complete the phase 2 is before the completion of the CEQRS process. And in closing, the Department of the City Planning should require the Alma Realty to complete the phase 2 before any approval of this approval is given. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oscar Barrero, followed by Ethier Lopez.
Yeah, Oscar was detained. My name is Eddie Guerrero. I'm a local 157 carpenter. I'm here representing the Build Up New York, an alliance of organizations representing working men and women fighting for good jobs.
Excuse me, did you sign up to speak?
Yes.
Well, you have to wait your turn.
Oh, well, I signed up under Oscar. I'm representing him. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to speak with you on the environmental concerns. You are about to seriously regarding the possibility that hazardous material are presented at the Astoria Cove site and need to ensure that Alma performs a full investigation into the presence of such materials in order to protect our communities and workers on the job. The Phase 2 work plan prepares for Astoria Cove project located at 8-01 26th Avenue, Astoria, New York, indicates the possibility of potential hazardous waste and the carcinogenic containment on the site, such as PCB, asbestos, lead, underground petroleum tanks, and other related decades of industrial and manufacturing uses at the site. Additionally, the project draft environment impact statements demonstrate that the Astoria Cove site and in surrounding areas is an industrial zone with history of hazardous spills since 1988. The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation has identified 7 hazardous spills directly adjacent to the Astoria Cove site, as well as 20 spills within a half-a-mile radius. These include spills of cleaning chemicals, limestone, and over 150 of dielectric fluids, and over 100 gallons of oil. These concerns about hazardous waste are contaminated on sites and heightened by the fact that the project is located in a flood zone and an OAE storm surge zone. Additionally, since Alma is proposing to build a public school on the site, special care should be taken to ensure a thorough and transparent investigation and remediation of potential hazards in order to protect the health and safety of our children. In her recommendation to disapprove the project, Queensborough President Melinda Katz noted ongoing concerns around insufficient mass transit and failure to mitigate the significant traffic impact project for this site. We echo the borough's president's concern about these additional environmental impacts, given the suspected presence of asbestos and PCB and other hazardous materials, as well as potential impact on local communities and our public school. Children at our communities deserve full Phase 2 environmental investigation of these conditions before final approval is granted for the Astoria Cove project. Our community has too many questions about the environmental impact of this project, which demands answers before the city makes any final decision. Furthermore, an investigation would confirm the presence of such contaminants on site, which should ensure that they are removed by a responsible contractor that employs workers that are trained to handle these dangerous substances. It is their toxic substances and presence on the site. They must be discarded responsibly with the project and the neighborhood of the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Could you speak to Ms. Harris?
Sure.
Make sure you... Last speaker before we switch back to those in favor, Ethia Lopez.
Good afternoon. My name is Ethia Lopez. I'm a Queens resident, and I'm also an iron worker for the past 9 years. I work with U.S. Cranes and Rigging, so I can speak firsthand on how dangerous construction can be. When I was at my new job, I suffered an accident where a metal rebar pierced through my hand. And my job paid my days off, but my Medicaid paid for my medical bills. Because my employer did not have medical insurance. In fact, I've never received any training on safety protocol. And so even after my injury, my employer still does not think it was worth training me or my coworkers on how safe to be at work. Imagine if you went to work every day not feeling safe. Our work wasn't valued either. Unlike construction workers who work for responsible employers, I'm not paid my prevailing rate. I'm a proud father and husband, and I'm the sole breadwinner in my household. My youngest child is 4 years old and has a speech problem, so he needs additional care that my wife provides. If I had a good job with decent pay and benefits, I would be able to afford the additional care my son needs. Developers in Astoria Cove should lead by example. I don't want others to have to risk their lives so that they can provide for their family. Alma Realty should only use responsible contractors who believe in paying decent wages and protecting the health and safety of workers and the public. 72% of construction fatalities in New York City in 2012 occurred on job sites where workers did not participate in state-approved training and apprenticeship program. And 75% of all New York City workplace fatalities in 2012 were construction-related. Unfortunately, Alma has utilized contractors that do not participate in state-approved training and apprenticeship program. In December 2012, Rendonia and Alma contractor was issued willful citation for exposing workers at a Valley Stream work site to serious electrocution hazard. OSHA proposed a total of $465,000 in penalties against Rendonia and its subcontractors. Rendonia and the subcontractors are contesting these penalties. Now, workers in the Far Rockaway that are fighting for a fair contract have filed unfair labor practice charged against Alma and are reporting that they are being threatened by Alma. The unfair labor practice charge alleged that within the past 6 months, Alma has unlawfully pressured employees to sign a document drafted by the employers stating that the employees no longer wish to be represented by SEIU 32BJ and threaten employees with discharge if they refuse to sign this document or continue to support SEIU 32BJ. These workers have been without a contract for 4 years, and Alma is now respecting workers' decisions to be represented by a union. The charges have not been yet decided.
One more sentence, Mr. Lopez.
Alma Realty needs to do right by the community where they build and operate buildings by providing good jobs that pay a decent wage with health insurance and pensions and respect workers' rights.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now switch back to those in favor, and the first speaker is Norabelle Greenberger, followed by Norman Saul.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrod, Commissioners. I'm Norabelle Greenberger from Philip Habib & Associates. Our office prepared the DEIS on the certified application, as well as the subsequent technical memorandum analyzing the modified application before you today. I'd like to just briefly touch on some of the questions that have been raised during the ULURP process. First, in regards to transportation, during the development of the project, there was extensive coordination with city planning, DOT, FDNY, other involved agencies to really address the unique site location of the project on the peninsula. And what came out of this was the extension of the street grid and the creation of 2 new eastbound streets, 26th Avenue and the public access easement, as well as the northbound 4th Street. Combined, these improvements will serve to divert eastbound traffic from 27th Avenue to these new roadways. Also, as part of the project, as was mentioned earlier, there is a shuttle to the 30th Avenue subway station, and this is part of the project. It is not mitigation. The DEIS analyzed future conditions at 30 area intersections. The analysis accounted for both general background growth and the traffic generated by the proposed project, as well as about 30 distinct planned and anticipated projects in the area, including Hallett's Point. So it was the cumulative traffic of all of these projects that would be completed by the 2023 build year. As part of the project's traffic mitigation, a minimum of 2 traffic monitoring plans will be conducted in coordination with DOT. These will be conducted both during the project's construction and also at the end of construction to really, and what the traffic monitoring plan serves to do as mitigation for large-scale phased projects is address or confirm whether future conditions are as anticipated in the environmental review, because what our office has often seen is the overly conservative assumptions that are used in the analysis normally over-predict future conditions. Regarding hazardous materials, which there's been quite a few questions today, as part of the environmental review, a Phase 1 environmental site assessment was prepared. It was reviewed and approved by DEP. And as typical of former industrial land, the Phase 1 identified the potential for recognized environmental concerns and the need for possible mitigation. Comments were raised over the course of public hearings concerning PCBs, underground petroleum tanks, and illegal dumping on the site. As confirmed by city planning staff, DEC has no open or closed spill cases on the site, and DEC is not involved in any enforcement actions. As part of the proposed actions, an E designation would be assigned to the project site, requiring that further subsurface investigation and remediation, if necessary, be conducted prior to issuance of a building permit. The Phase 2 work plan outlining the components of the subsurface investigation, including soil vapor and groundwater testing, and an asbestos investigation, was also reviewed and approved by DEP. All Phase 2 testing of the proposed school site will be undertaken in the first phase of the project's development, even though the school will not be constructed until the 4th phase. And this will be memorialized in the restrictive deck to be recorded.
Thank you, Ms. Greenberger. Questions, Ms. Greenberger? Start with Ms. Besser.
Thank you. Do you know approximately how many temporary and permanent jobs will be created as a result of this project?
So for construction, I can give you the average daily for construction, not the overall number. On average, it's 92, and the peak number of construction workers is 152 per day. In terms of temporary jobs, it's about permanent jobs, about 400 permanent jobs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Cantor.
With respect to the traffic, 27th Avenue is the only access from the mainland. Have you or anyone done any studies with regard to traffic during the construction phase, both for this project and the overlap with the other, the Hallett's Cove?
So for the full build, as I mentioned, Hallett's Point is included in that analysis. We also did look at construction traffic. We've determined the peak year when there'd be the most amount of both combined operational traffic from buildings that are completed, as well as construction worker traffic and construction traffic from the trucks going to the site. And we analyzed that, including the peak construction traffic at Hallett's Point that would be simultaneously occurring.
And the results?
And the results, The impacts are a little bit lesser than in the full build year, and the mitigation, as I mentioned earlier, some of it will be implemented earlier, so it would resolve the impacts that were identified for the construction period.
It is, excuse me, it has become common in high-rise construction, certainly, for there to be peer reviews of the engineering work, particularly with regard to structure. Are there any peer reviews of your activities?
Peer reviews, so all of the analyses that we prepared were reviewed by City Planning's Transportation Environmental Review staff and also DOT.
But not independent reviews, you presented the premise,
No, we did,
basing your conclusions.
it was all just the city agency review.
Thank you.
Are you suggesting that the City Department of Transportation and City Planning reviews are not independent?
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, when I co-chaired the building committee for the building department, I was a strong advocate of independent peer review, simply because the various agencies are either overburdened or in certain instances, particularly with high-rise buildings, it's more complex than we can expect the city to be able to solve itself. And we were successful in that.
One thing I can say to that point is Hallett's Point, their traffic analysis was prepared by a different engineering firm, a private company, and we are following the same methodology, so we are both different firms, but are analyzing the same intersections.
Ms. Battaglia.
Nora Bell, thank you. You referred to the impacted intersections and the monitoring of traffic throughout. Does that come with the assurance that whatever mitigation factors or steps are necessary will be taken?
Yes, so all the mitigation would be reevaluated by Department of Transportation at that time.
Thank you.
Ms. Greenberger, to what extent have you been involved, or your firm been involved in the not just the transportation analysis and impacts, but in the transportation planning for the site, and particularly the coordination between this site and Hallett's Point and the MTA, and opportunities to coordinate what potentially could be many thousands of units, and the efficiencies that could be created by all parties working together?
I can speak a little bit to that, not completely, but our firm was involved in the initial city map change that's before you, and so that was something in the early planning stages. And also, as we mentioned before, the architect for this project and for Hallett's Point, who was also the master planner for both projects, was worked on both projects together. And then in terms of overall studies that are being done right now, the Department of City Planning's Transportation Division is currently preparing a Western Queens transportation study that looks kind of holistically at all of these projects in the area.
In terms of the shuttle service that your client is proposing here on an ongoing basis, to what extent do you know, to what extent that is coordinated with whatever additional transportation the Hallett's Point project is proposing?
I'm not sure if I'm answering your question correctly, but the shuttle is for the project. It's not for the greater community. The shuttle is just from the development to the station.
Ms. Efron.
Just to build on an earlier question by Chairman Weisbrod, is your firm involved in any waterborne transportation, ferry service, or otherwise along the cove?
So in the EIS, we included a ferry alternative. It's not part of this action since it would have to go through its own environmental review. But in developing the waterfront, there was allocated space, and it was reviewed by EDC for a potential future ferry landing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Greenberg.
Thank you.
Norman Saul, followed by Karen Means.
Hi, I'm Norman Soul. I'm a retired construction worker. With some reservations, I'm in favor of the project. We need housing. The area is ripe for development. However, As all of you, I'm sure, are aware, the low income and affordable housing in most of these projects are all done in the sweet by and by sometime in the future. And only the luxury housing gets built now. I would like to see that the affordable and housing and other housing for the community be built in the first stages. As the now infamous project in downtown Brooklyn is, they've mandated a set of conditions where most of their, well, I don't think it's most, I would think it's a third of their affordable housing is being warehoused because they've set conditions where nobody who would come under the condition of needing affordable or reasonable housing can meet their conditions to use those apartments. So the apartments stay empty. Projects like in downtown Brooklyn, the Astoria Yards, well, in the sweet by and by, the affordable housing will be built. Do I ever expect it to be built? I leave that to your imagination. Do we need housing? Desperately. But not just housing for the rich. Luxury housing is being built everywhere. And where are the poor supposed to live? Where are the construction workers supposed to live? Where are the Starbucks baristas supposed to live? Are we going to be shipping them all in from Connecticut and New Jersey by buses? As far as environmental conditions, I'll leave that to those attorneys we see at 3 o'clock in the morning on television. As far as the rest of us, I would like to have a place I could afford to live. Do I expect it? Not unless you mandate it. You can't get affordable housing in New York City. I won't use the extreme ways I describe it outside of public meetings, but it ain't there. There is an atmosphere of, they call it race to the bottom, of the cheapest labor with the highest prices for apartments, with the poorest working conditions and the poorest quality of construction, hit and run. Will these corporations that are going to be putting this up, like all of the others, exist in 20 years when buildings start to have problems? I don't know. I won't be around. But don't the general public deserve decent jobs, decent places to live? And yeah, let all of these people make their living. Let them have their luxury apartments somewhere off in the wherever. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saul. Any questions for Mr. Stahl? Thank you very much. Karen Means, followed by Ron Mandel. You got here sooner than I would have expected, Mr. Mandel, in your transfer.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? My name is Karen Means, and I'm an Executive Vice President at Goodwill Industries of Greater New York and Northern New Jersey. We are directly across the street from Astoria Houses, and we occupy the space at 27th Avenue and 4th Street. Goodwill has been part of the Two Coves community, and that's what we call it because we've worked over many years with the community and have come together to identify the two areas of Hallett's Cove and Potts Cove as two coves. For nearly 50 years, we have worked tirelessly for the community to enhance services, and since 1995, commit over $250,000 annually by supporting the Diane Armstrong Family Learning Center and other community services. And then that number is probably closer to $500,000 annually for all the services that we provide in the community. We support the recommendations of Community Board 1 for the Astoria Cove Development Project and fully expect that consensus will be reached so that the project can move forward. The opportunity for the growth and prosperity of those who live and work in Two Coves is paramount for us. Affordable housing, a new school, a fresh supermarket, and most important, jobs will help revitalize our community for future generations. And this is of extreme importance to Goodwill Industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Means. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ron Mandel. followed by Arthur Rosenfeld. Field.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ron Mandel of David F. Hutcher. I was planning on addressing questions and issues that came up regarding the affordable housing through the public review process, and then to answer the questions that were raised by the Commissioners earlier on in the hearing. So firstly, echoing the Chair's comments at Monday's review session, the proposed zoning text amendment, which is part of this application, is a revolutionary step in the realization of the administration's Housing New York plan, and a true opportunity to facilitate the development of affordable housing in the borough of Queens. As Hae Kyung Yang of City Planning mentioned on Monday, following issuance of Mayor's affordable housing strategy and discussions with City Planning, the Community Board, and local stakeholders, the application was amended to include the entire project site within the inclusionary housing designated area, and to propose a zoning text amendment to directly address the use of the inclusionary housing program as part of the Astoria Cove project to support the creation of an economically balanced community. Astoria Cove will be the first project in New York City that includes a mandatory affordable housing. In fact, the proposed development of residential floor area will be conditioned upon the provision of affordable housing. As noted by Commissioner Battaglia earlier on, the proposed zoning text that will be unique to Astoria Cove, in tandem with the existing inclusionary housing provisions, will ensure that with higher levels of affordability, there will be a requirement for additional affordable housing units. As the project is developed through the phasing plan, a determination will be made as to the mix of the levels of affordability. By way of illustration, the proposed text allows the developer to provide 20% at low income, or 10% low income plus 15% moderate, or 10% low income plus 20% middle income housing. As my colleague Howard Weiss pointed out, another groundbreaking change in our application involves a requirement that if Astoria Cove avails itself of public subsidies, then, according to the proposed zoning text, the Commission, in consultation with HPD, is authorized to require a further increase into the number of affordable housing units in the project. In response to Commissioner Marin's question regarding the phasing plan, I can quickly go through that. So the project is planned to be constructed in 4 phases. The first phase is the construction of the upland portion, which is everything south of 26th Avenue, which includes buildings 4 and 5, as well as 8th Street Muse, which is the connection from the upland Astoria community closer to the waterfront, as well as the construction of 26th Avenue for the entirety of the project, between 4th Street and 9th Street. Phase 2 of the project entails the first building along the waterfront, which is this one. The following phase is this building, and the last phase is the westerly portion of the site. Careful attention was paid to make sure that as the project moves forward, the corresponding open space that abuts each building will be constructed simultaneously with the project. Pursuant to the restricted deck that we're required to sign, each building cannot even get a CO until the open space that abuts it is constructed. And obviously, it's a huge benefit as well because the street system will be in place through the entire project, even before the project gets constructed and is finalized. With respect to the other question that came up, it was very important for the project to make sure that the connections for future development along the waterfront can clearly connect and be cohesive with the Astoria Cove project. So Ken Smith's office with J. Valgora V Studios did design the open space so that hopefully moving forward in the future, each piece of the waterfront along this portion of the peninsula will connect. And the goal is that one day, for strollers, bicycle riders, pedestrians to walk from Astoria Park to Reade Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel. Questions for Mr. Mandel? Mr. Marin.
Thank you for that clarification in terms of phasing. As you know, one of the concerns has been the interim use of the school site, and your client has stated that they needed that site for staging. Is it at all possible that any other area, because you're building 4 and 5 first, as you have explained, is there any other area that could be utilized for staging and have an interim use on? Is it possible to have any other area for staging and have the school site as an interim use while the other phases of the building are being built, especially since the statement regarding the build of the school is conditional on whether or not the DOE decides a school is necessary in this community?
It's something that we definitely will explore, and we'll be happy to provide a submission to respond to that issue after this hearing.
Thank you.
Ms. Delos.
Mr. Mandel, thanks for being here, and thanks for answering so many of our prior questions. Since you said you could speak to the affordable housing component in more detail, I'm just wondering if your client or one of the consultants that you're all working with has looked further into the area median income in the community board, and whether or not, and it's my understanding that it's lower than what the affordability levels that are currently being talked about would actually reach, and that the flexibility in the zoning text to allow middle income actually moves us even further away from the median income in the community. I'm just wondering what the current conversation is on your team about that, and trying to address some of the concerns that Borough President Katz raised in her recommendation.
I guess just more generally, as the project does move forward, this is a complicated project built in numerous phases. And as the project does move forward, hopefully, a determination will be made as to the appropriate levels, obviously based upon market conditions moving forward. I think it's important to note, though, that the Astoria community it's a big community. And there was a lot of, there were a lot of discussions with local members involved in the community of the importance of meeting the needs of various income ranges, whether it was low income or higher.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
I guess, starting to answer the question with market conditions moving forward, I'm assuming that that's code for, we assume that rents are going to go up and that incomes are going to go up over time, and so as AMI goes up, then that kind of increases the gap, if you will, between the folks that are currently out of reach for the affordable housing that might be proposed, and how this may evolve over the next 10 years. And I think that's a real concern, because if the idea is to address not only the affordable housing needs of the folks, I agree that there's, I'm sure, a diversity of incomes in the community, and that a range of incomes should be targeted, but unfortunately the trend has been that AMI rises faster than incomes in most communities in New York City because of how it's calculated. So if you start with the gap, then that gap widens over time rather than shrinks. So I'll ask that you really look at that, because I think that's one of the major concerns that we're hearing.
We will. Thank you.
Mr. Cirillo? No. Mr. Cantor?
No, I put this question to Commissioner Moran, and also put this question to you, and I'll do it again. Looking at the site plan, the phase plan, you've got a huge area referred to as phase 4 off to the west, and you've got the school site itself to the south. Where is the issue with regard to staging in the first 5 or 7 years?
I don't have the details, but there was a construction plan put together, and again, I'm more than happy to share with you after this hearing.
Ms. Battaglia?
Mr. Mandel?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I'd like to say that I share the opinion of my colleague, Commissioner De La Uz, so on the record. I'm not too sure if you could answer these questions, or if there's someone else here on behalf of the applicant that can, but the issues of local hiring, living wage, training, is that something you could address?
I can't, but subsequent speakers could likely address that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mandel.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Arthur Rosenfield, followed by Anthony Novello.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrod and commissioners. My name is Arthur Rosenfield. I am the president of the Long Island City Astoria Chamber of Commerce, and I also operate a news service online for the community, and I'm very actively involved in it. And I think I'm here today partially because of you and your predecessors, because so much has been done in Long Island City and Astoria to develop the communities that it actually caused me to form the Chamber of Commerce for Long Island City and Astoria. And it really is something, as I was sitting over there looking at this, this photograph over here, there's something very similar to the way this is being developed as was Long Island City when those decisions were made. So we want to thank you for your support of that. And I want to also thank Steve Valiotis, who's sitting over here, who was also part of the support of the development of the Long Island City Astoria Chamber of Commerce. And I think it's a very important thing. We recognize that we have people in the community who are immigrant entrepreneurs who succeed and invest in their community. And we're very fortunate to have a person like that who's a visionary and who is a person who is willing to be a pioneer and take an area like this and really make the investments that are necessary. So just to begin my comments, I recommend support, and I recommend enthusiastic support of the Astoria Code proposal. The area is isolated, as Bishop Taylor indicated before. Bishop Taylor, by the way, is one of my board of directors, so I'm very proud to have him here today. And this development is going to breathe life and positivity and prosperity into that whole area, just the same way as we had an area that was underdeveloped with Long Island City. And as time evolved, we had new businesses come in, business people starting new businesses and hiring, and people moving in. This is a unique opportunity to create an infrastructure that is going to change the whole scope of Astoria. We have a situation where 21st Street actually is kind of a divider, where if you look east of 21st, you have a lot of development. If you look west of 21st, particularly in that area, it's really not developed. And it's very important that this kind of a developer be given the opportunity to express that vision that he has for that area. Steve is a man of vision. And if you look at the community, almost everyone in Astoria has been touched by that vision and by the man who came here to create that vision and the support he's given through the foundation, the forming, I should say, of the Alma Bank, which has provided a lot of funding for entrepreneurs who also create jobs and who also provide stimulation into the marketplace. And even at a time when the economy in the United States under the Great Recession was hurt, his bank and his developing company has been building the community and strengthening it and providing the funding necessary for entrepreneurs to grow their businesses and hire people at all job levels, not just as construction people. But he's also been able to, his company has been also able to fund projects by other contractors who also may hire union and non-union workers.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfield. Any questions, Mr. Rosenfield? If you have written remarks that you wish to submit, you can do so, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Anthony Novello.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll try to be brief and not redundant, although the good gentleman who just spoke took some of the words right out of my mouth. I've been sitting in the other room listening to everybody speak, and I think there's good points by both sides, sophisticated people on both sides of the table. I, for one, have seen the property, and if anyone has seen the property, not read about it, heard about it, maybe saw it on Google Earth or Google Maps, the development is a no-brainer, okay? Anyone who's seen that property, it's a no-brainer. The end result, it's going to bring an infusion of people into that area who are simply not there. I also understand the points about fair wages bringing jobs to the area. I work in Astoria. I've worked there for 4 years. I've seen the neighborhood change in my 4 years there. You have young 20-something, 30-something entrepreneurs opening up shops, bars, restaurants. These are people with ideas who stick their personal, professional, and financial neck on the line to run with an idea and make a way for themselves. If you have people coming in who will be living in the end result of this project, they are going to pour money into those shops, okay? And so there's another side of the coin. We can't forget these 20 and 30-something entrepreneurs. I think also, while there are, again, good points to be made, perhaps in opposition to the project, legitimate or bona fide points, the reality is this project is critical and essential to the long-term legacy of not only Queens, New York City. This becomes a destination point. People change the way they think about Queens. People are going to Queens on a sunny Saturday afternoon. They too, besides the people who are living in this property, in this development, are going to pour money into the local businesses. And I think we have to not miss the forest, respectfully, from the trees. Thank you. Also, if it pleases the commission, I do have a written statement that's a little different from what I just said.
Thank you, Mr. Novello.
Thank you.
We will switch back to those opposed, and the first speaker is Maria Espinal, to be followed by Marlon Escato.
Good morning, or afternoon at this point. My name is Maria Espinal. I am a construction worker, and I'm here speaking as a representative of Build Up NYC. Given the scope of this project, it's important that we take into account the developer's record of past projects and their experience as a landlord. Alma has been involved in a major dispute with the local government at one of its New Jersey properties. A historic industrial complex at 900 Passaic Avenue in the borough of East Newark. The borough of East Newark, New Jersey, sued Alma for allegedly failing to correct numerous fire code violations at the property. In July 2013, Alma settled this litigation and agreed to pay $100,000 in fines arising from these allegations. 3 months after the settlement, a fire broke out at the complex. According to press reports, it took 2 hours and more than 40 firefighters from 7 area fire departments to extinguish this fire. The cause of the fire is still unknown. We need to ensure both that the Astoria Cove project is developed safely and that once completed, the buildings be properly maintained. We are concerned about the developer's record as a landlord. According to the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development website, properties owned and operated by Alma, Alma CEOs, or LLCs registered to Alma's headquarters have over 1,700 open HPD violations as of June 2014. Over 400 of these violations fall within one of 3 Class C immediately hazardous violations, the most serious classification. Given this history, it is especially important that the Astoria Cove project undergo a thorough review that takes into account Alma's track record as a developer, along with input from residents at existing Alma sites. And one more point I wanted to make is that I've heard stress that at this time, there's no subsidies being given for this project at this time. I would like you to consider that there's city funds that are going to deal with these violations. And if there is some way of doing a thorough review of that process as well, I think it would be good for the board to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espinal. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marlon Escato, that's correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Followed by Moses Gates.
Good afternoon, Commission, and good afternoon to everyone attending. My name is Marlon Escoto. My family and I moved to Astoria because it is convenient, safe, and diverse. However, I am really concerned if Astoria can continue to be a place that hardworking New Yorkers can call home. If Alma wants the city's approval to build this project, we need to make sure the community gets real benefits from this project, including adequate, affordable housing that keeps Astoria a place that we all can call home. Unfortunately, Alma has not committed to providing enough housing that will actually be affordable for our community. Alma proposed building a minimum of 340 units of affordable housing at Astoria Cove. Unfortunately, Alma actually reduced the number of affordable units in this project from 340 to 295, which is 17% of the total units. After the community spoke in need of affordable housing, Alma has only raised the number of affordable units to 20%. The community needs more. As a resident, it feels as if Astoria is becoming less and less affordable to working and middle-income families, as the neighborhood has become a hot new location. If built right, Astoria Cove could strengthen our community and provide real affordable housing options for local residents. That's why it's so important for Astoria Cove to include more affordable units for middle-income households right here in Astoria. We urge the City Planning Commission to recommend that the developer increase affordable housing on the project, as well as a complete and thorough investigation of all potential environmental hazards at the site before approval is given. There should be a full transparency on the investigation, its results, and if necessary, remediation efforts. If remediation is necessary, then it is important that responsible contractors be used to remove any hazards identified on the site. The project should be designed to and built to withstand extreme weather and rising sea levels in a way that is energy efficient and safe. The project should not proceed unless the developer ensures good jobs at Astoria Cove that provide fair wages, retirement, health benefits for construction, maintenance, operations, security officers. These should include jobs that provide state-approved training and apprenticeship programs so that work is done safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Escoto. Questions?
Just correct.
Ms. Delos.
I just, thank you for your testimony, and I think one small correction to what you said, although I think the thrust of what you're saying is certainly understood. The original application had 295 units of affordable housing, and the modified application has 345.
Okay.
But I think the thrust of what you're saying is well understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Escoto. Moses Gates.
Hi, good morning, Commission. My name is Moses Gates. I represent the Association for Neighborhood Housing Development. We're a member association of 98 local not-for-profit developers, and we advocate for a proper and effective affordable housing development policy throughout the city. So the first thing I want to do is take the opportunity to commend the Department of City Planning on a couple of real shifts that I think have occurred with this. The first is to move from the discussion of how might we get affordable housing to how will we get affordable housing through a mandatory policy for inclusionary zoning. And we recognize this policy will take some time. This is essentially an interim step, but we want to recognize that this is a real shift. And the second shift that was brought up before also is the shift to building these off budget without additional public subsidies, which might not be immediately reflected in the particular development, but is very much reflected in the additional subsidy that can be used in areas that don't have the market to support inclusionary zoning. So those two technical shifts we really want to commend. However, we are testifying against this particular zoning resolution for three main reasons. The first is that the IZ proposal, as it's written, with the low, moderate, and middle income options, is not appropriate. This particular development in Astoria with the moderate and middle income options, it's questionable if those rents are even going to be below market. Middle income right now can range up to $3,500 approximately for a two-bedroom apartment. And while there is no actual, or at least I couldn't find any actual market study in the EIS, just a very cursory examination of the market in Western Astoria is the very, very top of the two-bedroom market looks about $2,200 to $2,400. If you take 120% of AMI, which is the moderate income limits, and you assume a 30% rent burden, you get to $2,577. So while we appreciate kind of the flexibility that the Department of City Planning is attempting to build into this in terms of different types of income bands and different amounts of affordable housing required, an appropriate range would be something like 30 to 80% of AMI, not 80% to 165. We want to, go from very affordable to working families to reasonably affordable for middle-income families in the community, not from, slightly affordable to well above market rate. And it is a de facto way for the development to get out of its affordable housing obligations, the middle and even the moderate income options. We would really recommend that be taken out. The other issues is the rezoning, which is a change in use in addition to a change in density. And, we just want the commission to kind of look at that and take it into consideration. In addition to the jobs created, there's 80 jobs in the EIS that are going to be eliminated as a result of this development. And these are, industrial jobs which are generally stable and fairly well paying. And lastly, we would just say, sorry, I will fast forward, that at the end of the day, 20% affordable housing simply isn't enough. That we are, really looking for real paradigm shifts. And while we appreciate the mechanism and recognize that, building an off-budget, internally subsidized project is different from what happened before, we're also looking for a real change in results. We are not going to mitigate our affordable housing crisis through more developments that are only 20% affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Questions, Mr. Gates? Ms. Battaglia.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you again. I respect the work that you do, and I thank you for the work that you do. With regard to the levels of affordability, we all grapple with that. You know that. And
Oh,
you
yes.
certainly know how I feel about affordability.
Oh, yes.
My question to you is, do you or would you consider for this or any other development some type of a compromise whereby there may be some small amount of higher level units just so that some, to make it financially feasible, could be really targeted to the very low income?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the internal cross-subsidization is a real thing, and it's a very new thing. I would point out that, it's the 80% market rate units that are supposed to be cross-subsidizing the project as it exists now. I would love a very small amount of very high income housing, let's say a 20% market rate to subsidize some very low income housing. So it is an underwriting issue. And the other thing I wanted to point out is this property is outside of the 421A exclusion zone. So you don't have that additional protection of the 421A needing the 20% at 60% to enforce the low income. So you don't have that protection. You have the ability to do more middle income, which is actually market rate housing, and that's a great concern to us.
And I think you know this, what makes this a little bit unique is that as it moves forward, if there are public subsidies, there will be some restrictions on the affordability, which may be very welcome restrictions.
Yeah, and we recognize that this is not the end-all of the discussion.
Ms. Deluz.
Hi, Moses. Thanks for being here.
Of course.
As always. I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the 421A issue and what you think are some of the challenges specific to this project and also looking forward, because as you said, we're kind of in this interim period and all of these things are interconnected, and how they all connect to larger public policy goals that we have.
I will try to keep my topics brief. So I think one of the biggest issues is that the 421A is going to be up for sunsetting next year, will probably be re-examined, and looking at how the inclusionary zoning and the 421A fit together is going to be a very big topic. And to some extent, we have the paradigms and rules in place we have now, but to another extent, we have to be a little forward-looking, I think. The 421A is as of right, so it's very difficult to mandate that be not included in any discussion of public subsidy, even though in a monetary value, it is an enormous, if not the largest amount of public value that goes into a development. And without even any added density, just in the M to R rezoning that occurs, you are enabling the project to build, to be exempt from taxation for everything that it builds. I mean, and that is simply in the use shift. You're giving them this taxation exemption because it's out of the current exclusion zone. So I will stop there and not go on about 421A.
I I also very much appreciate your very thoughtful testimony on this, Mr. Gates. But to the 421A issue is, which we all sort of struggle with during this interim period, as you noted and as my colleagues noted, it's in a sense a two-edged sword. The 421A exclusionary zone, on the one hand, provides an incentive to go to much lower affordability ranges. On the other hand, by not having a 421A, not being in a 421A exclusionary zone, the developer's incentive is, to provide affordable housing is very much reduced because it is such a powerful tool. So I'm wondering how you, in this interim period, reflect the balance between those two, and that my second question, which relates, I think, to what Ms. Battaglia said, the issue of mandatory inclusionary zoning not containing any public subsidy, but providing a foundation for additional affordability with public subsidy, and how you see those two interacting.
So I think that, this is a very, very large discussion, and I will try to keep my my remarks kind of brief. I think that it's difficult because any development assumes the 421A because it's as of right, which then restricts the city into the simple cash subsidies or 1% subsidies, and the zoning as its mechanisms of kind of achieving the right affordability level. I think and so it kind of restricts the city from being able to look at all levers, I feel like, in order to kind of get the right result. I would say that this is something that I expect will be resolved with lots of discussion over the next year. In the interim, I think that writing the affordability into the zoning code is important, but I also think that the way to make the affordability really stick and be the right kind of affordability is not to simply write in the low, moderate, and middle, and to try to be much more specific about the affordability levels. 421A has an AMI set. There's a schedule, even for the market rate units, there's a schedule for what the actual rents are. And I have been in and out and might have missed some of the presentations, but I don't think I have actually heard what the actual rents of the proposed affordable units are, or even the income ranges. And that's something I would really ask the commission to look at. Is at the end of the day, moderate income is two words. It means nothing. It's something where you have to look at the market. You have to look at what discount on the market the affordability is getting, and you have to look at what people in the neighborhood and New York City as a whole are able to afford before you're able to see what kind of real public benefit there is in there. So for the interim period, I would really advocate trying to write in tighter income and rental language into the zoning code instead of simply low, moderate, and middle.
And just this may be an impossible question to answer, but obviously there's a trade-off as you go to lower and deeper levels of affordability with what percentage of units become or can be affordable. Do you have a sense of which side of that trade-off is appropriate without going into the numbers? I mean, would it be better to seek a deeper affordability as opposed to a higher percentage of affordability, if you follow me?
I understand your question.
Understanding that you probably...
I understand your question. I appreciate the general, and we very much agree with the general idea that, at the end of the day, math is math, and, these things are all a balance. I really could not say in which circumstances deeper affordability versus more affordability is appropriate. It's my particular view that we have a lot of room for additions to both at the moment, and that that's more up to local communities to to weigh in on what they feel like is the correct amount of deep affordability versus maybe having some more units. But I do want to make the point that before we get to the trade-offs, and at the end of the day, you have to have the numbers in front of you, right, before you can really figure out the trade-offs. I want to get to the point that before we get to the level of how much affordability we should be trading off in terms of deeper affordability or unit sizes, which is another thing, or amount of affordability, we should first get to, I think, the appropriate level of public benefit in these kind of developments that we really have yet to reach on all three fronts. If that kind of answered your question.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I mean, it's obviously an issue we all have to struggle with, and especially with mandatory inclusionary zoning, where it's finding that delicate balance between what's the appropriate level on the one hand and assuring that development goes forward and happens on the other hand is, and as you know, the department and HPD are currently undertaking a study to look at that issue, but more specifically at the land use issues related to mandatory inclusionary zoning. So, any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Gates. Jaron Benjamin?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I always love to go after Moses, because there will be no math questions for me. My name is Jaron Benjamin. I'm the Executive Director of Met Council on Housing, an organization that's fought displacement since 1958. And I'm also proud to coordinate the Real Affordability for All Coalition, which is the largest affordable housing coalition in New York City. We're working to protect and create economically diverse mixed-income communities across the 5 boroughs. And this coalition is very concerned with Astoria Cove, the massive new development project proposed for the waterfront of Queens that is the subject of this hearing today. And for the record, I wanted to note that I am a 20 or 30-something who has a lot of ideas, who actually currently loves to spend sunny weekends in Queens. I think it's great. I think, especially Astoria, I think there are a lot of really fun things to do there, as is. I don't think we need to necessarily transform the neighborhood. I am concerned with the amount of affordable housing that's there now to keep the people who are in Queens, who are in Astoria, currently there. So just to get back on track, both the community board and in Astoria and Queensborough President Melinda Katz recently recommended that the project not move forward, citing concerns about lack of affordable housing and good jobs. And the coalition shares those concerns today and calls on the commission to reject Astoria Cove unless those concerns are met, and that Alma Realty commits to set aside 50% of new housing to be created as affordable housing for units of local residents. Affordable units for local residents. Mayor de Blasio has made the fight against inequality the centerpiece of his administration, but it's time to live up to that and to elevate real affordability as a top priority in the city. And Astoria Cove is a great place to start. It should be a progressive new model of affordability for struggling families rather than a continuation of the worst of Bloomberg's luxury development. And just to put a bow on it, we've got, when you add up the people that are sleeping in the subway, and the people that are sleeping in city shelters, we're talking about 60,000 homeless people, the worst affordability crisis in the history of the city, and we can't turn that around by continuing to build 80/20, which is why we feel like the commission needs to demand building deeper affordability. 50%, nearly half of city residents today are living near the poverty line. And so we feel like anything less than 50% affordability is going to fail to address the scope and severity of the growing inequality crisis. Most New Yorkers are at a breaking point and barely surviving. If the Astoria Cove becomes just another glitzy playground for the wealthy elite, it'll be a huge step backwards and the opposite of true progress. And Through the rezoning of the Queens waterfront, which Moses touched on, Alma Realty stands to receive a massive windfall because the area will be transformed from manufacturing into a residential zone. And as a developer, Alma Realty can easily afford to do 50% of real affordability across income levels to ensure that Astoria Cove is a mixed income community where the vast majority of local working families can afford to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benjamin. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Great.
Next speaker is Lucille Hartman?
She's outside.
No?
She's
She's outside? Followed by Elizabeth Arion.
Good afternoon. My name's Lucille Hartman, and I'm the District Manager of Community Board 1 in Queens. I would like to address the board's vote, our board's vote, on what is known as the Astoria Cove rezoning and the reason for our board's recommendation. The proposed rezoning fishtails behind a recent Howland Cove rezoning and an anticipated new zoning application to be filed for similar development in the very same area, most likely in the near future. This new development will impact not only in the immediate area, but will have a major impact beyond. The developments are planned within and for a much too long underserved community that has expressed to our board their anticipation of the development, however, with the consideration of the existing community. The inclusion of affordable housing, job creation, both long and short term, is vital. A community and medical facilities to accommodate all residents of the neighborhood must be paramount in the creation of a harmonious existence of new and old neighbors. After reviewing the application, our board felt and continues to feel that our resolution, as worded, brings home the essence of our strong belief that our concerns are to be addressed. In closing, it is not the intent of the community board to deny, but to represent our community and to communicate the importance of the inclusion of our concerns to you, the City Council, and ultimately to the Planning Commission and the City Council. We respectfully ask for your cooperation as well as the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hartman. Questions for Ms. Hartman? Ms. Deleuze.
I just want to thank you for your for the board's very detailed recommendation. It's many, many pages and goes through many of the project details, and I think it's very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Elizabeth Arion, followed by Francis McDonald.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrod, Vice Chair Knuckles, and Commissioners. As Assistant Chair of Board 1's Zoning Committee, I thank you for the opportunity to explain some of the reasoning behind the board's conditional denial of the Astoria Cove project. Our recommendation was an unprecedented response to a proposed development. In fact, up to now, we diverged greatly from the land use and zoning positions of many other Queens boards, which claimed that Board 1 never saw development it didn't like. But after the Astoria and Dutch Kills rezonings, many of the new as-of-right mixed-use and apartment buildings, as well as, I must say, unanticipated high-rise hotels, were constructed at such a rate that they raised great concern among board members about the effects of redevelopment on our aged infrastructure and our city services. The Astoria Cove project and the overall redevelopment of Hallett's Peninsula is not taking place on vacant, unoccupied land like Long Island City waterfront or Hunters Point South. Those areas were blank slates where planning was comprehensive and the projected needs for roads, sewers, power, and community facilities were identified, funded, and constructed. On the contrary, on the Hallett's Peninsula, on the contrary, new development on the Hallett's Peninsula must integrate itself into the long-standing working-class community of Old Astoria, where approximately 11,000 households of low and moderate income families are now living with the consequences of an outdated and congested street work, poor access to mass transit, limited services for the area's youth, insufficient and inadequate recreational spaces, schools that are over or nearing capacity, and an unemployment rate at or about 10%. When the zoning committee first saw the Astoria Cove proposal, our members knew both the physical character and the socioeconomic profile of the neighborhood would rapidly change, further straining services and infrastructure, and ultimately resulting in the loss of affordable units that now define the old Astoria community. These changes became the context behind the board's recommendations. The conditions for approval of the development constitutes the board's attempt to identify what the community needs to maintain a stable quality of life during and after construction of Astoria Cove, Hallett's Point, and a third upcoming development that we know of. We know that some of the board's conditions go beyond the scope of this particular project. However, if the project moves forward, we ask that you consider including in the general large-scale development plan and the restrictive declaration the appropriate conditions that will ensure that development on the Hallett's Point Peninsula now and in the future is both socially responsible and well-planned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you very much. Francis McDonald, and then we'll switch back to those in favor.
I thought it wasn't going to make it in this group. Thank you.
Just got in under the wire.
Right. My name is Frances Lou McDonald. I'm a member of Community Board 1. That is my status. I'm a resident of Queens County for 81 years. Came here on the subway and have no chips in this game, except maybe a little common sense. In June, Community Board 1 voted a red light to the proposed development known as Astoria Cove. A red light means stop. It also means don't go until you get the green light. We are more than suggesting that this proposal be approved after some of the stipulations be agreed to. We want all of the stipulations fulfilled. The vote on this went around the room with a friend of mine singing an old song called All or Nothing at All. If you remember that, welcome to the club. The developer speaks of the many times he has met with the zoning committee of Community Board regarding this proposal. This should amplify the many times the representatives, all volunteers have met. We voted all or nothing at all and a red light because in the past, on other proposals, we've given a yellow light and our stipulations were more than often ignored. This is a serious situation. It involves many challenges to the community, to the need for jobs, the environment, all the stuff that I've been listening to today with all of you. The fact that a similar project in size and scope just a couple of blocks away only magnifies this challenge. This was considered by Community Board 1 when the Astoria Cove feasibility was discussed. Another quote from the developer's architect indicates that the location is on an isolated peninsula. This is true. There is only essentially one way in and out. That's through Old Astoria on 27th Avenue. Plans for the Howard's Points development include extension of Astoria Boulevard on curving around through the housing and taking a turn to the south. I asked city planning, when is this road going to be developed by the city? And I was told after the development of Howard's Point, I have to laugh, is completed.
2 more sentences, please. Ms.
Thank
McDonald.
you. I'm asking today that New York City Planning Commission fully support the findings of Community Board 1, and I thank you very much for getting me in on the wire.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Questions? Mr. Cantor has a question, so you're stuck here for a bit, so.
Just a question, young lady.
Yes.
Or an observation. Gotcha. I live in Astoria. Lived in Astoria and Queens for 84 years.
Okay, welcome to the club.
Thank you. We'll switch back to those in favor, and first speaker is Diane Kantsoglu. Is that correct? Yes, I think I hear followed by Catherine Surratt.
Hello.
Hello, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Pretty good, actually.
Wow, okay.
Thank you. My name is Diane Kantsoglu. I am also a member of the Old Astoria Neighborhood Association, and I live right across from the site, probably the closest resident to the site. I have been living there for 20 years, and I think it's a very, very good location, maybe the best going to waste. I feel developing this site will bring jobs, revenue, motivation to the neighborhood. I also believe it would really affect social behavior of the residents in the area. It would give them a sense of worth. This is something that may not be important to the boards, agencies involved, but it should be. I know you're all more interested in how many affordable units there will be, or who gets to be a contractor, or how many parking spaces, but in fact, the outcome is extremely important to the community's sanity and safety. First of all, by delaying this from happening, we are constantly allowing the growth of riffraff and mishap in the area. Only a few weeks ago, there was a serious shooting incident just up the street from the site, and that's not all. Incidents happen down there daily. Let's not allow the area to decay and become a haven for illegal activity. I beg you to approve the project. The sooner we get this thing going, the better for all, especially the youth of the area. And then I have a letter from a neighbor also that has a stone cutting factory just down the street from there, and he gave me the letter to read. His name is Mr. Manos.
Can you have the letter submitted?
I'm sorry?
Can you have the letter submitted?
Um,
Given to the clerk.
Okay. Would you like me to give it? Okay. Fine. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Questions?
That's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you for being and coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Surratt or Surratt? Would not like to speak. Okay. Giuseppe Vaccaro. And followed by Richard Kuzami.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My family's been a resident of Astoria since 1896. We've seen Astoria go from farmland to manufacturing to a mini metropolis as we know it today. Currently, the area in question, if you go down there, looks like hell. The only way we're going to correct that problem is if you build and if you allow these projects to go through. The only time the city comes in and puts infrastructure in place is if there's something to build for. If there's nothing there, the city's not going to do anything. As far as they were mentioning about the kids, Astoria Housing in the last 20 years has shut down 4 community centers within their facility, and it's currently being used as storage. Why don't you urge housing to open up those 4 community centers for those children that live in city housing? Currently, Astoria Boulevard, which is mostly vacant stores, is vacant because there's no reason for anyone to come in and invest time and money, because there's no reason to, there's nobody there. The only way that area is gonna come up is if people move in. The only way people are gonna move in is if you build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaccaro. Questions? Just to clarify, Mr. Vaccaro?
Yes.
When you mentioned 4 community centers that Astoria Houses has closed, is that the same center 4 times, or is that 4 different places?
No, it was brought up at the community board that New York City Housing had, in Astoria Housing, had 4 community centers that have been shut down and they're being used as storage versus as community centers.
4 separate places.
Correct.
Thank you. Richard Kuzami, followed by Philip Habib.
Hello, I'm Richard Kuzami, and I'm going to wear 2 hats today, so I have to speak quickly. First, I am Chair of the Parks and Cultural Committee of Community Board 1, and last week we had a meeting on mitigation for off-site investment by the developer. We asked for specific sites to be developed. The first is Whitey Ford Field, which is a baseball field on the corner of on the northwest corner of the peninsula. And there were 3 items in there that we wanted to address. First, and most important, was to extend the promenade to create a seamless waterfront access throughout the peninsula. Right now, when all these developments get built, it's going to be a big, as Fran said before, a stop sign. So we don't want to have that. Secondly, the fields need to be renovated. They're in very bad shape. And third, we wanted to look into the feasibility of young adult recreational area, probably like a basketball court, which could also be put into that spot. The second thing was to look around the park, or around the park's area, to see if there's any city-owned land that could be purchased by the developer for recreational uses. Third, it was to expand the Astoria Park playground into the sprinkler area of the Astoria pool area and renovate the comfort station and renovate all the equipment. This is a very crowded facility, and with the addition of all these new people moving in, it's going to be even worse. And lastly, to create a soccer field within the infield of the Astoria Park track. So this is what we found in the last meeting. Now, my second hat is I'm president of the Astoria Park, Old Astoria Neighborhood Association. And I've already previously submitted our findings. You should have a copy of that. But what I wanted to say specifically is our major goal is the improvement of quality of life within the Old Astoria neighborhood. Developers carry a certain responsibility to make sure this is achieved, but they're not alone. And we must also respect the financial risks they are taking. We all must work together, including city agencies, charities, everybody's, to make the proper quality of life issues happen. So the Old Astoria Neighborhood Association, because of the superior design, is in favor of development as long as certain modifications and conditions are met. There are 3 particular items that we'd like to emphasize. First of all, we're in favor of a holistic approach, as I said, to the development of Hallett's Point, including all developers and city agencies. Secondly, there were many complaints at the community board's public hearings about the loss of views of Manhattan from Astoria Park. However, we feel that with the prior approval of the Hallett's Point development, this issue is moot. It's already been compromised. And third, the following issues must be prioritized and dealt with on a proactive basis. First, traffic, transportation, and parking. Second, infrastructure. And third, which hasn't really been mentioned, security. This is especially urgent. Within the last few months, almost 50% of the violent gun crimes within the 114th precinct have taken place on the Hallett's Cove Peninsula.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzami.
Okay.
Questions?
Precinct, I'm sorry.
Ms. Delauze?
Excuse me, what was the precinct?
14.
Mr. Kamatsami, thank you for being here and wearing multiple hats. You got a lot of information in considering the multiple hats. Following up to the conversation that your committee had about the recreational areas, have you had a chance yet to discuss those recommendations with Alma to see what things they might be open to?
Not at this point. We had the meeting and it was attended by the Parks Department and ourselves.
I see.
So we're hoping that you guys will follow our lead.
Okay. And I'm just wondering, because you are the first person who's really discussed the security issue, can you just maybe finalize your thought on that one issue?
Well, we came up with a three-step program which we hope could be addressed. First of all, we really think that a substation, police substation, should be put in the area. Secondly, we ask that foot patrols and/or bike patrols be established by the police. And third, we'd like to see about the feasibility of CCTV throughout the whole peninsula with a monitoring station.
Is that all included in the letter that you?
Yes, it is. It's included in our findings.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Kuzami? Thank you, Mr. Kuzami.
Thank you.
I understand Philip Habib had to leave, so the next speaker is Gregory Rose from Queens Chamber of Commerce, followed by Chaim Freund.
Hi, my name is Gregory Rose from the Queens Chamber of Commerce. I'll be reading our statement from our Executive Director, Jack Friedman, today. Thank you, Chairman Weisbrod and members of the Commission for letting me testify here today. With a growing population and transportation system struggling to meet the needs of everyday New Yorkers, the Queens Chamber of Commerce believes the proposed development for Astoria Cove will allow future residents of Astoria and Western Queens to lead the high quality of life and add to Queens' burgeoning economy. The project utilizes this unique area by adding 345 affordable housing units, a proposed 456-seat school for grades K through 5, with a new pedestrian thoroughfare along the water that includes green spaces for families to enjoy. This plan also helps to bring jobs to Queens now and into the future. With hundreds of construction jobs estimated to be needed for this project, there will be nearly 54,000 square feet of retail space, plus a supermarket available when construction is complete. This space will be accommodating for a variety of stores, including restaurants, hardware stores, and others that will allow families to continue to enjoy the community. Plus, all of these new businesses will need people to help them operate, only added to the number of jobs created. And because of the increase in people expected to be in the area, the great restaurants already in Astoria could also see a boost in business. To help accommodate for the increased population in the new buildings, 8 sewer projects are included in the current plan to help mitigate flooding, and 900 garage spaces will also be built for local residents and those visiting the area. Since Queens currently has the longest travel time in the city, it is important we consider ways which would increase the borough's transportation options. The Chamber is pleased to see that the plans for Astoria Cove accommodate for terminal if the city decides to expand ferry service. We know this mode of transportation is already popular in the Rockaways and neighboring Long Island City, was critical following the days after Sandy, and we believe it will be a valuable resource for residents of Astoria Cove, which is why Borough President Katz and the Community Board were both in favor of this part of the proposal. For those reasons, we believe the proposed development for Astoria Cove should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Rose. Chaim Freund, followed by Matthew Washington.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak over here. My name is Chaim Freund from Kalman Dolgen Affiliates, a real estate brokerage firm very active in the Astoria community. We are very excited for the Astoria Cove project because it will bring beautiful and public amenities to the neighborhood. It will make it safer, vibrant. Most importantly, the proposed project program, including much needed retail opportunities and significant affordable housing, the type, quality, and permanent affordable housing that is not found in this area. Astoria Cove will help move New York in the right direction. We are very excited for the project and looking forward to its approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freund. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Freund. Mr. Washington,
Good afternoon,
followed by
Chairman
George Kitzios.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrod and the City Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning, or this afternoon. My name is Matthew Washington. I'm here to speak on behalf of New York Water Taxi. As we have seen in New York City, there's more and more development happening closer to our waterfronts. In the case of Astoria Cove, the nearest subway stop is more than 20 blocks away, and no bus service exists at this time. Even if a bus route is established in accordance with the developer's plans, a bus ride adds an extra leg to someone's commute, which is already likely at least 45 minutes each way into Manhattan. Water taxis provide a much quicker and enjoyable way to get to work, and by ensuring the developers keep the ferry slips as a part of its development, ferry could help serve the residents of this development as well as other developments happening in the area. This fact was properly recognized by Queens Community Board 1 and the Queens Borough President Melinda Katz in their recommendations that they both offered in their respective reviews of this project. The Community Board urged the developer to establish ferry service between Pot Cove and Manhattan so that it would be operational by the time the developments are occupied. Borough President Katz stated in her recommendations that services such as ferries must be considered to relieve the already congested roadway network, particularly in light of the dearth of transportation options. Ferries are not just a matter of convenience, as we saw a year and a half ago during and after Superstorm Sandy. Sandy rendered the majority of New York City subway systems inoperable for 3 days. During that time, residents in Brooklyn and Queens and Staten Island relied in large part on water-based transportation. While the MTA did a heroic job in restoring the subway system and has made great progress in shoring up our existing infrastructure in case of natural disaster, the fact remains that New York City is built on and around the water. Diverse transportation options are a critical part of any contingency planning in this new era, so that our city is never brought to a halt again. For these reasons, I strongly support the inclusion of ferry infrastructure and service as the part of the rezoning of Astoria Cove, and ask for your support in ensuring that the developer includes this in the final plan. An Astoria Cove ferry would not only provide easier routes into Manhattan for new waterfront residents, it would help to alleviate the burden on existing transportation options nearby. I urge your support in this initiative so that it remains a part of the final rezoning plan. Ferry service is a necessary transportation option as New York City continues to grow and would provide a great benefit to Astoria residents and businesses alike. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Questions? Ms. Delahousse.
Hi, Mr. Washington, thanks for being here. And I think there are a lot of people, obviously, who agree with the sentiment about a ferry slip at the location. I'm just wondering, and I know that there's going to be a separate EDC study, but you might know this off the top of your head, so I'll ask. What would be the estimated capital cost of building out a ferry landing slip in this location? And then, of course, the estimated cost of actually maintaining it over time?
It depends. I mean, there are ferry slips. We've recently read in the papers there's talk about a ferry terminal. I have not seen the plans for what that terminal might look like or what it might be, so I don't have the costs on the estimate of the ferry terminal, but EDC and DOT would certainly be able to provide the information on the terminal that was created at 39th Street on the west side of Pier 79. So a lot of it just has to do with scale, and the ranges vary quite significantly. Sorry I don't have a better more direct response.
So I have a similar question. Let's leave the capital costs to the side for the moment and assume that an appropriate landing spot or terminal can be established. Based on the anticipated potential population here and at Hallett's Point, is that economically viable as a non-subsidized route for New York Water Taxi?
It becomes complex. Right now, New York Water Taxi doesn't operate with any government subsidy, so we have worked certainly on volume, but also using, not just looking at the commuter getting to work options, but how we get people around the city throughout the day and on the weekends. And so being able to utilize different mechanisms for our one business. We'd have to look at the numbers for that specifically to see if it's possible to be done. As you very well know, we have different models, no subsidy where we're running, and then the Staten Island ferry, which is completely subsidized. And so looking at what the right price point is, you certainly want to think about how it's also integrated into our transportation network already. How can someone use a MetroCard to access a ferry? And you just don't want to make it too cost prohibitive. If we're talking about a $20 ferry ride, it doesn't make sense. But how can we get it in maybe the same cost as an express bus? And so looking at the price points, we haven't looked at the numbers, but we can certainly do that. We'd be happy to look at that if that's your request, Mr. Chairman.
I'd be interested.
Absolutely.
Mr. Cantor.
You looked at this thing on an engineering basis yet?
We haven't sent any engineers out for the Astoria Cove projects. We recognize that we're going to have, between the two developments, some 4,400 units, over 10,000 new residents coming into this area. So there will be need for it, but we haven't looked at any engineering studies.
The other part of the reason I'm asking is I noticed when we were out there the other day, there seems to be a great deal of turbulence in that area, which is where Hellgate got its name.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering whether that would impact any of your thinking.
We've certainly had vessels go through the area and certainly know how to navigate it and have been able to do that. So it's viable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Washington.
Thank you all for your time.
George Kitsios, and then we will switch back to those opposed. And the first speaker after Mr. Kitsios will be Norm Sitaria, I think, if I'm pronouncing that right. Kitsios, is that correct?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and all members of the Commission. My name is George Kitsios. I'm the honorary president of the Greek American Homeowners Association, and also I'm a resident of the nearby area very close to the subject property. Allow me to describe a little bit the subject property. I know you are aware of it, but let me put my own works into that. The subject property consists of a cluster of dilapidated industrial buildings. The security is very low. Taxes are lost, jobs are lost, and it does not do any good to anyone in the community. We believe that if this development is approved by the authorities, by you, it's going to enhance the social fabric of the area. It's going to create additional security in the area. The transportation system, it's going to be upgraded as a necessity of this development and other developments that I'm aware of are going on right now. I would say that the percentage of affordable housing is a reasonable percentage, always can be discussed between the developer and the commission, but I'm aware that in the area there are a lot of units of affordable condition. But always people need more housing, especially affordable, and if your commission wants to enhance a little bit this number, I don't think it's going to be a problem by the developer, and the neighborhood will welcome it. Finally, the developer is going to provide the 450 student school, which will cover a great need of the community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kitsios. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, switching back to those opposed. Norm Sitaria, is that correct?
Yes, correct. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, and
just followed by Maria Espinal.
Yeah.
She spoke. She spoke. Yeah, why is she speaking? Then, followed by Charlene Obermauer.
Okay.
Sorry about
Thank
that.
you. No worries at all. I completely understand, and I'm sorry I didn't get it in with Fran underneath the wire. Thank you very much.
We've all been there, so.
Exactly, right. Thank you very much for hanging in there. Everybody in the room, I know it's lunch hour, and I feel the collective blood sugar just dropping like a rock. I'm a resident of Astoria. I'm a late 30-something, and a lot of what has been spoken about, it's a complex issue. I am in opposition unless significant changes are made and guarantees are made as well to the community. 4 quick points. I agree with the affordable housing advocates. Moses, who spoke earlier, and the other fellow, I'm sorry, I apologize, I forgot his name. They spoke about deeper affordability and also making the zoning text as specific as possible. I think that is incredibly important to making Astoria Cove work for everybody in the community. As a footnote, I also support Community Board 1's recommendations that they so thoughtfully made through the entire process. Number 2, protections for the quality of life, specifically during construction. I live on 32nd Street, and the property at my rear lot line was subject to the Astoria rezoning of 2009, which converted, allowed a building to go up behind my property. That unfortunately impacted and due to poor excavation, pulled the foundations of my neighbors' homes along with it. And it was quite tragic. They needed to go through a long process. And their homes 3 years later have still not been repaired. It's been a little bit longer, but 3 years that I know of. So protections for the quality of life. And that means during construction, protecting both the hours of construction and then also making sure that the traffic, the noise impacts, the dust impacts, anything like that are mitigated, and that Alma Realty has consistent either weekly or biweekly meetings with residents to address concerns proactively, rather than going to relying on the DOB, and the 311 system. It's effective, but it's more effective to have a conversation straight away. Third, 24/7 access to the walkway. I think that is incredibly important from a recreational perspective, and adding bike access and a bike lane or a set-aside bike path in addition to the pedestrian access would be incredibly helpful for that continuous waterfront access. And then finally, for the residents in the affordable housing, equitable access. We all know what happened in Manhattan with Extel Properties and that separate entrance for folks. That should never happen again. That should not happen in Astoria with this development, and they should have equitable access to all of the services that the folks paying market rate should have. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Sitaria. Questions?
Very clear.
Thank you very much. Okay, Charlene Obermauer. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Charlene Oberauer, yes.
Oberauer.
Yeah,
Okay.
you were getting there. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Charlene Oberauer. I'm the Executive Director of the New York Committee for Occupational Safety and Health. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today before you. And my testimony today is going to primarily address the environmental and occupational safety and health issues with the project. And please accept the following recommendations. One is to ensure that there's an expanded public process that informs the environmental assessment and remediation. The July 2013 Phase 1 Site Environmental Assessment identified the potential of uncontrolled presence of numerous hazardous contaminants, which other people have spoken about, asbestos, lead, gasoline, heating oil, silica, and others. And these primary findings are significant and are of concern, but it shouldn't be a surprise because this is a site that was long utilized for manufacturing and industrial purposes as well as temporary product storage. So, probable leaks and perhaps improper disposal is pretty common. So my recommendation on this is to strengthen the integrity and transparency of the environmental assessment and remediation process. There should be opportunity for public comment on forthcoming environmental proposals, and these proposals should encompass both the Phase 2 site environmental assessment to confirm the presence and extent of the contamination, right, because we don't yet know the extent, including a health and safety plan, a quality control plan, and a hazardous materials mitigation plan. Public comment should occur during agency consideration of the developer's environmental proposals, not after consideration or approval of developer proposals. The second recommendation is to ensure that the Astoria Cove project raises the bar for storm resiliency measures, storm surge resiliency measures. So according to the New York City hurricane evacuation map, the majority of Astoria Cove project footprint is within Hurricane Zone 2, which basically means that it could be subject to storm surge flooding from a Category 2 or higher hurricane. So the site environmental assessment utilizes the New York City panel on climate change projections regarding flooding, but as flood insurance rate maps are revised, New York City intends to update the building code accordingly. So in short, the resiliency standards that are utilized at the time of construction may be inadequate in subsequent years. So our recommendation here would be that New York City will require buildings in the 100-year floodplain that are 7 stories or higher, 7 stories or higher and greater than 300 square feet to complete the core flood resiliency measures by 2013. So even if it's not legally required at this time, Alma should be encouraged to incorporate major elements of the core flood resiliency measures into its construction design. That means that critical building equipment and utilities should be located above an anticipated future design flood elevation level, and this would, greatly help the project. The third is looking back at the third recommendation is looking back at the I guess, history of Alma Realty as a developer as well as an employer. And unfortunately, as recently as last year, Alma failed to protect its worker from exposure to live volt power lines despite repeated cease and desist notices. So per the New York City Department of Violations, Alma Realty has a history of 89 complaints open, 132 DOB violations, and 99 of Environmental Control Board violations at 2 high-rise properties in Queens. My last sentence is that the Community Planning Commission should consider the developer's record of occupational safety and health violations as a factor in awarding, overseeing, or defining contracts or permits, and should not grant project approval unless there is clear and detailed agreement with the developer on how to build and operate the development safely and responsibly.
Thank you, Ms. Obernower.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much. I assume you're submitting that testimony.
Yeah, it's a little different, but you'll have it.
Okay, thank you. Justin Wood, to be followed by Carla Calendar? I don't know.
Hello, and thank you very much to the Commission for the opportunity to testify. My name is Justin Wood. I'm a community organizer with New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, and want to take this opportunity to testify on significant environmental and public health concerns we have surrounding the Astoria Cove development. I'll try not to retread all the concerns that have been raised by so many members of the public who testified here today. As background, New York Lawyers for the Public Interest has a long history of working to ensure that development in New York City is environmentally safe and responsive to community concerns. We recognize that developing contaminated sites is unavoidable in New York City, where there's a history of industrial and manufacturing uses on much of the available land. But in our experience, a transparent and responsive process is essential to ensuring that concerns of workers and community members are given proper weight. We find that transparency and community involvement lead to the most rigorous possible cleanup plans as stakeholders are able to bring their concerns and proposals to the table, and the development proposal receives the greatest scrutiny. So given all of these concerns, we're urging the Commission to refrain from making a final decision on this development until a full Phase 2 investigation has been performed for the site and remediation measures have been proposed by the developer. We further urge you to ensure that the full assessment of the Phase 2 investigation results are conducted within the environmental review process rather than after it, so that the public, and we see such passion and engagement from the public here today, We believe the public should have every opportunity to evaluate the findings of the much more detailed Phase 2 soil sampling and those types of things, to read them and to comment on them before this environmental review process is complete. As you know, the toxins that are suspected on the site include asbestos, PCBs, and various manufacturing contaminants. Our concerns are heightened by the fact that a portion of the site sits in a flood zone, as we just heard, and by the developer's plan to construct an elementary school on a portion of the site. Children are particularly vulnerable to toxins such as PCBs, and if there's an elementary school on these sites, children will be spending long hours in buildings constructed in these areas. We believe that the State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA, process can achieve the caution and transparency necessary to protect these communities. The law at its heart is designed to ensure that potential environmental and public health impacts from a proposed development are fully evaluated before a course of action is decided upon and as early in the decision-making process as possible. It also requires that potential significant adverse impacts resulting from a project are mitigated to the maximum extent practicable, including potential exposure to contamination we see here in the Astoria Cove site, and affords the public the right to comment on proposed mitigation measures. So consistent with this, we believe it's within the Commission's rights to require the Phase 2 investigation to be completed before there's a final environmental impact statement. This is consistent with the new SECRA technical manual, and we strongly urge you to do that and give the public another chance to digest those findings and comment before proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Wood? Thank you. Carla, I have a hard time reading this handwriting. Alan? Carla? Is there a Carla in the house? No? Okay. I'm sorry? 29. Who?
That's her, Carol.
Carol?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name so?
My name is Carol Alemo. I live at 1 Beach 105 Street, Rockaway Park.
What?
1 Beach, 105 Street.
I'm for the high-rise. I'm talking about the high-rise. Yeah, okay. 18 years ago, I moved there. We had a different landlord. Everything was good. A lot of workers. Floors were kept clean. Garbage was covered. The terraces were painted and safe. The new landlord, Alma, took over. There's 2 men per building. There's over 280 apartments in one building. How can they possibly clean it and keep it nice? The foundation is cracked since Sandy. It's been plastered or touched up, not fixed. The floors are not clean. They're dirty. The elevators are always getting stuck, constantly breaking down. People stuck on there for 40 minutes. Not nice. The chute is filthy. The porters can't keep up with it. So me and my neighbor, once in a while, we'll go there and we'll clean it ourselves. We're not supposed to do this. The stairways are filthy. Not enough men to keep up with it. They paint over everything, and the floors are still filthy. The terraces have holes, metal showing to the upper terraces over us. All the paint is falling down, the cement is falling down. I can see the metal. The metal bars around the banisters got holes in them. They're not repaired, they're not fixed. We're supposed to have that done. The laundry room is filthy. The vent is broke, it's dirty. The porters don't have enough time to do this. There's not enough men. New landlord wants to put new buildings on another property. How could he take care of them when he can't take care of our building? I'm 70 years old. I want to stay there. We love our building, but things not being done. And to put these other buildings on the property, how are they going to take care of everything? There's not enough. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Alemo?
you're describing, I think, is rust dropping because of rust. And
Yes.
you and your neighbors, or whoever you're working with, might want to check with the building authorities, the building department, to see whether any of those local law 14, I think, have, if any of those reports have been, if any of those
Requirements?
examinations have been filed with the city. If not, it should be followed up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Michael Lombardi, followed by Sandra Schwartz.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Lombardi. I'm a resident of 10710 Shorefront Parkway, and I'm a realty property. This year, first of all, they're undermanned there, right? They can't keep up with the garbage, anything, the guys can't. We had 25 men, we have 11 now, okay? The keys, these are the keys that I had to buy this year, $20 a key, that they cut there. They're so bad that the cylinder came out with the key, right? These are violations that I called in this year, and I also have this sidewalk here, which is an atrocity, okay? They're just fixing it today, and it's been there for years. The building is falling apart. They started working on the buildings 2.5 years ago to take away the flashing on the terraces, so they could see if the railings were in need of repair, the concrete. They did 2 buildings. They stopped 2.5 years ago, never finished our building. So when the Department of Building comes there and looks up with their binoculars because of the coping and flashing, they can't even see if the railings on the terraces are secure. Right? I have multiple pictures. They're building, they're putting in at the end of the building, which was a storage, they're putting in a chiropractor's office. Now, if you look at their building permit, it says no change to egress or occupancy. There was never a doctor's office in there. I have pictures of them here. They just cut the doorway out of the building the other day for the egress out. There's no sidewalk, so there was never anybody there. And there was never any, there's also now there'll be an occupant in there, a doctor's office. This is what they do. This has been here for, sorry, I don't have this here. This is at a children's park, okay? This hole has been there 1.5 years, right? These are doors that they take out of apartments, the closet doors, when they renovate with no building permits, and they're over this big, huge hole at the children's park. Now, these are only pressed cardboard. Now, any kid could walk on this and fall into it. All right, and there's other pictures in behind it. Here's locks with no doors. I had the Department of Buildings down. They sent emergency. Somehow, they couldn't find cracks in the building, but I have pictures of cracks in the building and people's apartment flooding. Here, look at the terraces. Another one, cracks like this. This is just my building. This isn't the other 2 buildings. Department of Buildings was there, said they couldn't make any violations because they couldn't find anything. A man with a tin cup and a cane could find these cracks. All right? This is what they do. This is storage. When they're renovating an apartment, again without permits, they rip out the kitchens, the closets, everything, and they store the garbage down the bottom of the building. And they have their own carting service, and they come maybe once or twice every 2 months. There's rats running through there. There's mice. This again, open electric, a pole with high voltage going through it. There's a summons here for them. They ripped the summons down. I saw them myself, ripped the summons down, and it's still there.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Could you, if you want to submit all of that to us,
I
please
will.
do.
And I have hundreds of pictures going back years, before and after Sandy. There's a thing in here from the Department of Health. It was just issued. There's no ventilation throughout the building.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Knuckles.
You can take the keys.
Mr. Lombardi, Mr. Lombardi, where is your building located again?
Rockaway, 10710 Shorefront Parkway, Rockaway Beach, New York.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Sandra Schwartz. Sandra Schwartz? Here she comes. followed by Marianne Durant, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Schwartz, and I also live at One Beach, 105th Street. Our terraces are falling apart. In fact, I'm on the 10th floor. I had a piece of a terrace from the 11th floor landed on my terrace. My terrace has to be fixed. Also, the elevators. You're afraid of going to the elevators because they shake. They're like, one day, they're going to fall right down. We have no help in our development, and we have no security. The security comes in like maybe 5 o'clock at night. They leave 4:45 in the morning. And we have no help there. We have no supers. We have one super, and we could never find him. The supers are all gone. We need help in our development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schwartz. Questions? Thank you. Marianne Durant?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marian Durant. I reside at One Beach 105. I'm just here to say I can't understand how the man is going to build more buildings. He doesn't take care of the ones that he got. We have cracks in the building. There's cracks in the apartment. I have a leak in my bathroom for 3 years. They fixed the leak by painting over it, plastering it, putting a Band-Aid on it, and then when it rains real hard, it just rolls down in my bathroom. I live on the 10th floor, so I'm not understanding how it's passing 12 and 11 and coming down to 10. The elevators, like they say, the elevators have no ventilation in them. The doors close sometimes, they don't open. And when you stop at a floor, the elevator just jumps. And it's very scary. There's roaches, and the hallways are filthy. There's 2 men that take care of 3 buildings. Come on. 2 men can't take care of 3 buildings. And the fact, if you get stuck in an elevator, you're not getting out because there's never nobody in the hallway to bring you out. I called the fire department because a woman was in the elevator. She said she was in there 40 minutes. That shouldn't be. If you get stuck in the elevator, you should be able to ring the button and get out of it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Durant. Ms. Durant, are you in the same building as Mr. Lombardi and Ms. Schwartz?
I live in One Beach 105, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The building's filthy.
Jeff Guyton, followed by Jose Rodriguez.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Guyton. I'm the co-president of Community Education Council for District 30, which encompasses all of the shoreline of the East River that's developed from Hunters Point up to Astoria Park. And these comments are contingent upon environmental remediation. If the development is to proceed, the proposed school needs to be built in the first phase, and it must not be jettisoned for any reason. We are in District 30, the second most overcrowded district in all 5 boroughs. Our epicenter of school overcrowding, Jackson Heights, is a short distance away. School construction has been lagging residential construction for a century in our district, and we need to reverse that trend, not exacerbate it. The School Construction Authority has been an excellent partner with our Community Education Council during my 11-year tenure on this council. But if true community outreach is to be done, the School Construction Authority should not be the only stakeholder to decide if and when to build a school in our overcrowded district. School parent leaders can be a resource and should have a voice in creating sustainable development with strong community standards. PS 78 in the City Lights building in Hunters Point is our best example of private-public cooperation. A school was built on the ground floor of the residential tower, so as children were added to our district, school seats were immediately available to accommodate them. The developers had real skin in the game in the creation of community infrastructure, as well as enhancing their commercial investment. Incidentally, we still had to find a lot and build our annex for them, PS 312, to absorb the many children the ongoing development has brought to our district. So from the perspective of long-serving parent leaders, building the school in the beginning of the project is the least you can do, contingent upon environmental remediation. In addition, we know our children thrive the very best in schools where they come from a mixture of socioeconomic backgrounds and from a community where good, stable jobs exist. Children from every socioeconomic family background benefit from peer-to-peer exposure to economic diversity. So inclusion of low-income units and creation of solid, stable jobs in that neighborhood is really important from an educational perspective. In the next 20 years or less, we will build the equivalent of a new city on the Queens shore of the East River. We need to get it right in terms of community standards and empowered community input from the very beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you very much. Jose Rodriguez. Yes. Followed by Wayne Starks. Followed by Elizabeth Owens, and then we'll switch to those in favor.
Okay. Good day to you, everyone. Chairpersons, council members, commissioner members. This is my first time, so please be patient with me, and it's a great learning experience, okay? So just don't hit me too hard. Hi, my name is Jose Luis Rodriguez, and I'm a Queens resident. I'm a member of Make the Road New York, which strives for the real affordability for all campaign. Today I'm here to discuss the Astoria Cove, a new development project proposed for the waterfront of Queens, which is so far has not received the support of the community board of the board president, Melinda Katz, due to its lack of affordable housing. I stand as a community member in agreement with both communities as a longtime New Yorker. I have seen communities get lost to the hands of developers who chose to put profits over people. This is another example. Okay, for example, I have family that lived by the Brooklyn Navy Yards, and back then there were projects made for the people who actually made the boats and the shipping yards. And recently, or within time, okay, these developers, they develop a tactic to force out the people living there. For example, they brought out the supermarkets and the stores in the corners, so this way the people will get fed up and they will move out, okay? We all know the difficulties that exist for low-income New Yorkers in this city. Rents have skyrocketed out of control at a time when wages have remained stagnant. Families like my own cannot afford a New York City apartment unless we spend 60 and 70% of our incomes on rent. While our city population continues to grow, so does our homeless population, and this is a great problem, especially for like senior citizens, because the cost of living has gone up, and some of them, they have to cut corners, like less prescription amounts just to pay the rent, and that's bad. I've seen it happen. Especially back then, I've seen a lot of family cut back on the purchases of food just so this way they can get by on paying the rent. So many flaws in this proposed development. 80-20 is a model that must not move closer to addressing the city's shortage of affordable housing. The Board of President has reported that the proposed affordable housing will be higher than local Astoria residents could afford to pay. Okay, I'm gonna say it quick because I was memorized, but I'm sorry, I didn't know it would take this long. Okay,
Thank
what we
you.
wanna do, okay, please, be patient. I'm gonna say it really quick.
One more sentence, Mr.
Okay,
Rodriguez.
no, during the Bloomberg terms, it was 80-20, right? We didn't get that, okay? What we want is 50-50, please. so this way we get affordable housing. One great example, he opened the lottery for Section 8, okay? A lot of people couldn't get the apartments because they weren't enough affordable housings available. But we would like for you to please put a clause in so this way we'll get, instead of the 80-20s that didn't work out and Bloomberg's terms didn't give us anything, we would like for you guys to please give us the 50-50 terms.
Thank you.
Because things are bad for us and affordable housing is what we
Thank
would
you,
like.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Wayne Starks did very well. Thank you. Wayne Starks.
Thank you very much.
Wayne Starks here. Elizabeth Owens. Elizabeth Owens? Okay, so we're going to switch back to those in favor. And the first speaker is Bruce Lowy. Bruce Lowy. Aki Todik. Yaron Oz. Zach Dupre. You hit the lottery.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrot, Vice Chairman Knuckles, and the 11 members of the Commission. Thank you very much. My name is Zach Diepe. I'm a long-time resident of Astoria. I live right here, next to the project. And in fact, my home and my business is located just near the Astoria Cove development site. I'm here today to compel you to approve this project. I'm begging you guys to approve this project. I remain very excited about the potential of this project that's going to bring in Astoria and New York City as a whole. I have been most of the meeting and presentation. I have never heard a speaker for, against. I have never heard a single speaker say this project should not be built. But I remain dumbfounded that anyone should be against this effort. This project will bring life in the Astoria community where I live. People will live and work and play. I cannot understand how anyone will want to impede the progress, redevelopment, beautification, new housing, both market and affordable. Jobs, that's what we really need in this country. Jobs, we don't have that. We have to build to create jobs. I have a job today. My next door neighbor doesn't have a job. I would like my next door neighbor to have a job. Okay, it's very important that my next door neighbor has a job. I have a job. I'm happy, but my next door neighbor is not happy. But if we can develop this particular project, which looks very beautiful, as you can see in the picture, they will have a job. And I want to, if I travel overseas, I want to ask somebody to come and visit New York City because of this project. Because right now, the way it is, I will never ask somebody to come and visit New York with that particular location, the way it is like that. But if it is built in the next 5 or 10 years, I'll be very proud when I go overseas for a visit. I'll say, hey, come and visit New York City. It's very beautiful. Now, we're not doing this because of us, for our children. It's not because of us. Now, we Americans, of course. We have to build. We don't build enough in this country anymore. Everybody in the world wants to be part of us. People are dying to come to be in America. And if we don't build, there's no America left for people to come to. So I beg you, the Commission, to really approve this development. Not for me, not for you, for our children. Because if we don't build, there's nothing for people to come to our country anymore. We lead the world only by war? No. We're supposed to lead the world. Charity begins at home. Our country is supposed to be first. We Americans, we look for each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dupre. Questions? You said it all. George Sikas?
Hello, Commissioner. Hello, everybody. My name is George Sikas. I live in Astoria for almost 45 years. And the time I saw in the newspaper, that picture, I say, my God, they're going to change the whole area, my whole neighborhood. So that's why I came here to please you. I mean, I'm going through the park, Astoria Park, every week. Even I barbecue a long time ago. And now, to be able to go through from Astoria Park to that area, it's going to be the most beautiful thing. Look the picture. Look, I mean, the best thing can happen to our neighborhood. The value of everybody, that area, I mean, the stores they're going to build, the new people that are going to come over here. Well, I was driving a taxi for 35 years. When I was taking somebody from the train to take him here, my heart, it was beating. Because the area, it's still bad. Now, this development, they're going to change the whole area. Don't put this project down, because I don't know how many, another guy is going to come to build this. Because this guy that can build, it's crazy to build this area over there. It's a junk area now. If you go, I hope you voted for. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Segas. Angelo Gatsunas? Is that pronouncing that correctly? Gatsunas.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm sure everybody's tired. I hope you're right state of mind and you're not so tired. And by now you should have been approved this project. Okay? You hear everybody and your complaints and minuses and positives. Actually, you guys should go back to 1991 when the city of New York, the waterfront comprehensive waterfront plan, it shows the Astoria project as one of the projects that it was proposed from the city. I mean, I have created jobs in that area, and for 30 years, right on the heart of this project here. That was my office. I created over 300 jobs that I took apprentices, and I created and I made them union. They live a beautiful life. Everybody's talking about affordable housing. Let me tell you about affordable housing. You should make the people to afford the market value pricing. You give them excellent jobs by training those people that can afford to pay the $2,000 rent. I built HUD, I built 202 programs, I built for the homeless. And I feel sorry for those people. The only way you get those people out of it, teach them how to be creative, train them to earn. An electrician that I created, he makes $94 an hour, guys. I do federal, city, and state projects, the prevailing wages, okay? We build today in the city union and non-union, and as you know, all the developers, the Tispens of the world, the Bovis, everybody has a union and a non-union shop. That area is gonna be, anybody will be crazy, and I'm a personal psychiatrist of the developer, try to convince them to still to go forward. It's personal money and banking money. Everybody's talking about the environment. I know about the environmental in the area, and everybody knows. The city and the state has the DOC, the DEP, and the DOE that it will definitely, you're not putting 1 inch of concrete in the building and those properties unless you clean up the entire environmental. Everybody's talking about environmental. The bank will not give you loans unless you clean up the entire area, okay? And about the affordable and the union jobs, I'm for the unions, but if the numbers don't work and the affordable housing don't work, this project, it would not go forward, and you guys are gonna do a crime. You can put a plank of your names there, you approve this project, or you can put a graveyard there with your names that you disapprove this project. It's up to you guys what you're gonna do. You're losing everybody, but made up your mind, and don't confuse them with the truth. That's what I'll suggest, okay? These projects, the area needs it. I sleep in Long Island, but I live in this neighborhood for the last 40 years. I've seen it. I was held up in the area when I had my offices there, okay? And I worked with the people there for many, many years. And I admire the bishop of the world, the goodwill people. That's the community people that you got to work with this developer so he can train the local guys. It's going to, psychologically, it's going to be good for the project, for the people that are there. When you put beautiful houses next to the projects, the people behave better. The people behave excellent. And that's what you got to give a chance to those people in that neighborhood, even the projects, to blend with the real market. I was the last time in Beijing, and I was up in 20th floor. I woke up 2 o'clock in the morning. I opened up my window, and I saw as far as the eye can take, thousands and thousands of developers in the communist China. And you go a little further out, 1 hour away from Beijing, and you see the poor people. But they're building those houses for the poor people, and they give them jobs that can afford it in the future to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Katsanis. Kevin Hernandez. Kevin Hernandez? Dylan Salant? George Stamatides. George, am I pronouncing that? Correct me.
Right on the money. Thank you very much.
Right on the
Thank you
money?
for the opportunity to address you. I'm a resident of Western Queens, and I just want to tell you that that area is a devastated area, and this project would be a great lift to everybody. The community board voted to support the project, providing they met certain criteria, and that was born from input from the entire community through the community board. So I'm sure it's been said 17 different times in 21 different ways. This project is needed. We need the economic lift. We need the cultural lift. We need the socio-economic lift. We need every lift we can get in Western Queens. So we appreciate you considering this project as a go. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker is Nora Martins.
Good afternoon. Nora Martins from Davidoff, Petra, and Citron. I just want to speak briefly, as I am the last speaker, keep it brief, to respond to some of the concerns that were raised earlier regarding the possibility of a Walmart locating in the Astoria Cove development. To clarify, the applicant has never had a conversation with Walmart regarding location in the site. And in fact, the project's been designed to attract and accommodate local retail. The proposed commercial overlay is a C24 overlay, which is a local service district, and is designed to permit local retail type establishments. In fact, other than the fresh supermarket space, the largest available retail floor plate is only approximately 13,000 square feet, which, as you know, is not a typical Walmart size floor plate.
Thank you, Ms. Martins. Any questions? Ms. Battaglia.
Ms. Martin. I raised a couple of issues earlier that maybe you could address. Local hiring, training, living wage. And I also just wanted to ask you if you could comment, because there was a little bit of concern about the hours of construction, if perhaps you know the answer to that or could get it to us. And that's it.
I'll respond briefly that the applicant is committed to working with local leaders to address local hiring, but with the other, we'd like to address those more fully in writing after this.
Oh, great. That would
after
be
this
wonderful.
hearing.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Ms. Delos.
Maybe in similar fashion, I mean, there's a number of people who spoke about other property that Alma maintains and raised a number of concerns about maintenance and safety concerns. I'm wondering if you could address that and follow up as well.
Yes, we will.
Any other questions for Ms. Martins?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Ms. Battaglia.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Engaging the community. During the entire process, there's still a little left before a vote, and then there will, if it is approved, there will be construction. Many of the people who spoke today wanted to be kept informed. What is the applicant's commitment to engaging the community, meeting regularly, keeping them updated?
The applicant has made efforts to reach out to the community. As the Community Board 1 district manager noted, we met several times with Community Board 1. We're willing to meet with anyone that wants to discuss the project and how we can potentially address some of their concerns.
Thank you.
Ms. Delos.
I might be overstepping a recommendation, but considering the level, the number of projects that are proposed or likely to be underway at around the same time, it might be helpful to think about a peninsula-wide construction task force or something of the like that was made up of a variety of stakeholders. I think that would probably serve everyone's interest.
Thank you. Noted.
Any other questions? I think my colleagues just don't want this to end.
I know. I thought I would be up.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be? Thank you, Ms. Martins. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? If not, and before we close the hearing, I just want to note for the record that the record will stay open for 10 days until Monday, August 18th to receive, actually that's 12 days, to receive written testimony on the draft environmental impact statement. There were a number of comments on the draft DEIS, and so the record will stay open for another 10 working days or 12 days. And with that, I will close the public hearing, and I believe that is all that is before us today, and I just want to thank my colleagues for their patience and for their civility during what was a very interesting public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.